All right. All right. What's up, everybody? We are live once again. Just going to let people get in. We're going to just do a little housekeeping, get everybody set up good. You know what I'm saying? Um, Let me change a couple things. Y'all just stay with me while I get this together. Blessed love, Kashaku, as always. Hmm. All right. Okay. Comments. Yep. So we will show the comments. Okay. Okay. Cool. Blessed love, everybody. Peace. 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 Bola Kaja. Tuned in once again, We're going to do a little housekeeping. Just give me a few seconds, y'all, to get some things together. I will pin the comments on YouTube and Facebook. Okay. So, I will pin the call-in number, rather, the call-in link. As more people come on, usually people come on, give everyone a 15-minute grace period, and then we get started. You know? So, let us give the link on live. And give me a second while it comes up. And I will also put it up on Facebook. All right. We're going to get ready for this live. I think it should be interesting. All right. Call in here. And we're going to do happy Monday evening to everybody. Hope y'all had an illustrious Monday, productive Monday. Mine was chill, laid back, and very relaxing day today. Where I was, it was very cloudy. Not much sun today. Let me put this up on YouTube and pin it. Okay. So we're going to pin it. Okay. The message has been pinned. All right, y'all. We can get started, man. Let's go through a little review of last week. Last week was real cool. We covered a lot. We talked about a lot. And I think that people got a lot out of it. So that's the call in there for the people on Facebook. It's the call in there. Too bad you can't click it. So you probably don't need to see it. But what I'm going to do, okay, let me see if I can have a way to show all the comments. Okay. All right, cool. All right. All right, bless up, everybody. So we got people on Facebook, people on YouTube. I want to discuss a very important topic today. And it's about intelligence. And it's about being able to discern as to whether someone is truly intelligent or not, and how you do that. A lot of people get things mixed up when they think about intelligence. There's a difference between education and intelligence. Most education is, in fact, training. But before we get into that, just want to big up the sponsors of the show. Um, all of my drip, this African top, is done by Odenaho in Ghana. People have been asking me about it and how they can get it. Just, go online, Odenaho, wear, Odeneho, wear. You can get tops just like this. Beautiful tops, male and female. Can y'all hear me okay? The sound is good. Just let me know if the sound is good before I get started. Yeah, just let me know if the sound is good. Yeah, somebody just type in. Just let me know if the sound is good before we get started. Okay, good. All right. So, as I was saying, Adenoho wear is the wear that I put on, and straight from Ghana, direct from Ghana. He has a shipping place in the U.S. So if you're in the U.S. and you want it to be shipped to you, you can order as well, and it'll get shipped to you, and it'll get shipped to you very quickly. And he makes all different sizes, male, females, and children. So check it out. Always good to have your arsenal of African clothes, makes us look better, makes us feel better, also helps us to contribute to the African economy, because we have to be about what we talk about. And one of the ways we do it is the basic things that we need and desire. If we buy it from the continent, then we're playing a role in uplifting the continent. So, what I want to talk about today is intelligence, but let's just kind of scroll over what we covered last week. So last week we did, last Friday we did, last Thursday, we do Monday to Thursday. We did, that was basically this or that. We went over people's different interests, and we chose this or that, Trinidadian roti or Guyanese roti, Prince or Stevie Wonder. We had, some great conversations around that. And big up people who called up and gave their opinions and backed it up with sound reasoning and some education as well. So I learned a lot, and I think a lot of people learned a lot as well. And we'll be doing probably this or that every Thursday night. It was fun and it was educational, and it's something I think should be done quite often. We also did a Ask Me Anything, which went very well also. So, people ask about many different things, from economics to traveling and what have you. And then we also last week had a conversation about capitalism that a lot of people have been texting me about, and gave them some things to think about in terms of analyzing capitalism with a new understanding of what capitalism is and what capital is based on a cultural context. We also talked about Israel, and we talked about the Jewish people and their history, and also the psychological profile of Israelis, Jewish people, and Palestinians, and to get more of a grasp of why people behave the way they're behaving. And any human being or group that's behaving that way would certainly be labeled as psychopathic, and there's a reason for the psychopathy. And I went through it, and we had our good brother Jelani Horton of Bamboo Station come on, share his song Humanity Ballin', and that was also very informative according to a lot of people. So we also talked about Bitcoin, economics, and the velocity of money, which I think people got a lot out of it and got a better understanding of what Bitcoin is. A lot of people got an understanding of what money is. To understand exactly what is this thing that we call money, what is this thing that people spend so much time in accumulating, what is this thing that determines your quality of life? You would think that it would be something that people would have more of a grasp of, but as always in these societies, they do not teach you how to thrive. So the most important things definitely go over people's heads. So what we want to do is in this program, people can have their shows and they do whatever they want. Um, in this particular program that I do, I like to talk about, important things, not always heavy things, things that are fun as well when we talked about music, but these things are very important to quality of life. So even though they may be fun, it's also something that is educational. And that's actually the best type of fun and that's the best type of education. I think that a lot of people last week had a lot of fun listening to the show. And, I think the Cash Apps proved that. People have been hitting us up with Cash Apps. Give thanks because what it does, it allows me to be on more platforms and allows me to dedicate more time to this endeavor. If you see that it is valuable, and you reciprocate the energy in the form of money, it is something that keeps me going. I mean, as someone just sent me a Cash App, said, I've spent my money on less important things that have not affected my life in any way or increased my understanding of this world in any way. And that's a direct message someone sent me. And I said, give thanks, because what that does is it it um it incentivizes those of us who have something to share something. A lot of times you got people who got a lot to share, but they're just like, it's not worth it. It's not worth the time. It's not worth the hassle. And there is no, like, Lord, they say, what they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So if you vote with your money, then you'll have more meaningful content. If you give money to things that don't mean a lot, such as Hollywood, they're going to keep creating these stories and these images that don't serve us well. Those of us who provide good content, not just me included, should be rewarded and incentivized to keep creating better and better content. And that's the way it should be. So if we complain, make sure that you vote with your dollars. Look at what you spend your money on monthly and then decide whether it is something that has helped you or something that has not helped you, something that has increased your understanding or something that has not increased your understanding. Just give me a second. I'm just working on something here. Okay, got it. All right. Had a fly in my office, y'all. Got the nerve to be flying around me. All right. So let's get into intelligence. This is something that a lot of people are going to find extremely interesting because most people on earth believe that they're not dumb. Not necessarily that most people believe that they're intelligent. A lot of people do believe that they're intelligent, irrespective of the objective truth. Most people believe that their opinions are correct. Most people believe that their beliefs are correct. And a lot of people are willing to fight you violently for their beliefs, irrespective of how much research they put into it, how much experience they have. But when people tend to believe something, they tend to think that they are right, and they tend to think that they are justified in their beliefs, and everyone else is wrong if they don't agree. Anyone who has children knows this to be a fact about human beings, right? If you've got teenagers, you know this to be a fact about human beings. They think they're right despite of the very little experience that they actually have in life. And that's why parents are important, so that we can protect them from themselves and their own delusional egos. Well, just as this is for children, this applies to adults. And I see it every day. I see it in many different ways. So what I want to do today is I want to go through a post that I found to be extremely important. It is a post that talks about how do you identify whether someone is intelligent. And I thought that it was extremely appropriate to talk about today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into it and we're going to go over it. And I think that you all are going to find this extremely interesting. These are questions that you can ask about the people that you meet. And these are questions that you can ask about yourself. So let me just start off with this. Many times people will talk to me and they'll say to me, hey, Heru, I think you're really intelligent. And they think that it's this special quality that exists. And I've always said that, I don't think that I'm particularly intelligent. I do think that I do have an ability to focus. But I do think that I have an average intelligence in terms of my capacity. I just think that I focused on things that have been useful. I tend to focus on things that are useful. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that, you can have your child recite a song of their favorite rapper and not miss a word. You just learned that they have a capacity to memorize, but why is it that they don't have the capacity or the desire to memorize or the ability to memorize mathematical equations? This is not because they don't have the capacity, it's because they don't have the interest or the passion or the zeal. So a lot of it has to do with interest, passion, and zeal. But then there are some people who have a greater capacity than others in memorizing and able to think critically, which is a big part of intelligence. Most people think that they are good at thinking critically. Nobody's going to tell you I'm not a good critical thinker, because most people have a delusional sense of self and a delusional sense of their intelligence. It's always good to be humbled by people who are clearly more intelligent than you. I've been humbled by, friends of mine who are physicists, who have an understanding of physical phenomena and being able to map motion, the laws of motion, scientific principles that I may not be aware of and sometimes have a hard time grasping. You'll see this a lot in the field of physics, particularly motion physics, people who deal with a lot of Newtonian laws and particle physics and what have you. It's tough to grasp if you don't have the understanding. But part of that is also the liability of teachers not being able to teach. Teaching also takes a certain level of intelligence. So it's not that it takes a certain level of intelligence by in and of itself, but also teaching. Being a teacher requires, an effective teacher requires a high IQ in being able to have a thing called empathy. What do I mean by empathy? A lot of times people hear empathy and they take it wrong. They think it's sympathy. So empathy and sympathy are different things. Empathy is being able to place yourself in someone else's shoes. How do you know when someone has empathy? Well, people who have empathy can see themselves in someone else's shoes, and they will explain things based on that other person's level of understanding. So therefore, a scientist who's speaking science should have a different vernacular when they're speaking to a fellow scientist as opposed to speaking to a student or a layperson. There are many people who cannot make that transition between speaking to a peer in a field of expertise and speaking to a child or a novice. Being able to switch is the ability to have empathy, to understand I have to speak to people in their own way so that they can understand what I'm saying. I can't use terms of art. I can't use technical terms. I can't use technical jargon. Many times when people are having conversations with the lay public about something within a field of expertise, you will see a lack of intelligence, because the whole point of talking is to be able to successfully communicate, or else why talk? You can judge someone's intelligence by how they explain things to different types of people with different levels of understanding from their field of expertise. What do I mean by that? I've seen many times scientists talk, lawyers talk, economists talk, tech people talk to novices, and they'll use acronyms that are very well known in their field. And they'll never tell you what the acronym stands for because, in their mind, they know what that acronym stands for, but you don't know what the acronym stands for. And they're not aware that they need to fill you in on that. These are people who actually, they may be trained, but they lack a certain type of intelligence when it comes to teaching because they've defeated the purpose of communication. They're speaking terms that the audience does not know of. This happens all the time. This happens in the tech field. This happens in this happens every day in life when people give directions. You know, now we have GPS. We don't have to worry about that. But in the past, you know, there used to be people give you directions and they assumed you knew, you know, where this was or where that was. And they lacked empathy to understand that you're actually a new person in this area. So you don't know, you know, what Papa Jimmy's house is. So they'll tell you, you know, they'll know that you're like new to the area and they'll be like, you know, go straight for like 100 yards and then take a right at Papa Jimmy's house. But you don't know who Papa Jimmy is. So you don't know to take a right at that particular house. They're speaking from their own way of explaining things, but not having empathy to be able to tell you things. This happens a lot when people tell stories. Someone who's not a very good teacher is someone who tells you a story and mentions a character in the story without first giving you any sense of who that person is, right? So someone will say, you know, to you, well, yeah, I'm telling you a story. And then Tammy's, you know, then Tammy did this and this and that. And you're like, well, wait, who's Tammy? Oh, Tammy's my coworker. Oh, well, it'd been good for you to tell me that. I don't know who Tammy is. You never introduced Tammy properly. So you're just telling the story without introducing the context of who this person is, right? I don't know if Tammy is your cousin. I don't know if Tammy's your sister. You just brought up the name Tammy. This is the first time I'm hearing Tammy. That's because the person lacks empathy. They don't have the ability to put themselves in another person's shoes. And one of the hallmarks of teaching is being able to speak to people in their own language from their vantage point. Okay? It's very important. And it's very important to know that because an apple looks differently from the vantage point of a worm than the vantage point of a bird, right? The bird sees a nice apple. The worm sees a rotten apple because it rots from the bottom first on the ground. So the worm's understanding is not the bird's understanding of the apple. But if the bird is to speak to the worm about the apple, the bird needs to have knowledge of what that worm is seeing and experiencing with the apple. Same thing if the worm is going to talk to the bird. If the worm talks to the bird about the apple, the worm has to be aware that the bird is seeing the apple from a top view, or else the two can't communicate. They're talking about the same apple, but they have completely different experiences with the apple because neither one have understood the contextual clues of how this other person has experienced the apple. That's where you have a breakdown in communication. This happens a lot in teaching, by the way. It happens a lot when people communicate. I pay very closely attention to how people communicate and how people explain things. And that's how I can see who has empathy and who doesn't. If someone is willing to, you know, change the conversation to the level of a layperson and doesn't use acronyms, you know, like you'll hear a lot of tech people talking to try to explain things to you. And they'll use, well, the ISP and the this and that. It's like, listen, you know that we don't know anything about the internet or these group of people don't. Why are you saying ISPs? No, don't use acronyms. That's one of my rules when I have people explain things to other people. I'll say, do not use acronyms. You know, say, oh, ISP and PHP and this and that, and they're using all these terms. It's like, yo, these people that are not trained in computer science. And so, you know, instead of ISP, why don't you say internet service provider? You understand what I'm saying? Like, Let's make it understandable. But most people know things through being parrots. What I mean is that most people are just repeating things. They don't know things intimately. They haven't tried to understand it in ways where you can break it down. And usually you can test someone's knowledge of a matter by asking them to explain it in the simplest of terms. A lot of people, you'll be surprised, doctors, lawyers with all these degrees, they can't explain it. They can't explain it. Sometimes they don't even know what the acronyms stand for. I've seen that happen. It's like, wait, let's not use acronyms. They're like, ooh, what is that? They just know what it means, but don't actually know exactly what it stands for, right? And it would show a different level of intelligence. And you see it all the time. People who have a parroted understanding of things and people who have a deep understanding of things. And that's one of the ways that I also judge intelligence, how someone explains something. Now, here's the thing, and this is what happens particularly with people who have been underprivileged or poor or uneducated. Most of the time, uneducated people are very gullible and susceptible to people who are quote unquote educated, but not necessarily intelligent. So all it requires is somebody using big words that they may not know to think that this person actually knows what they're talking about. Allah, let's just say someone like Anthony Fauci, right? Anthony Fauci knows very little about health. Why do I know that? Because the outcomes of his interventions always lead in disaster. Anthony Fauci is a doctor who doesn't see patients. I know this about him. However, he was rolled out to the public during the pandemic as if he was some type of expert. But most people did not take the time to look at his history to understand that this is a guy who failed during the AIDS pandemic. He's the guy who brought AZT out of the shelf where AZT was no longer used. It was a form of chemotherapy that was used. Yeah, big up Satori Seals. He says, right, good teaching. A lot of parrots are in position. Yes, it's true. And we see it because when the rubber meets the road, or as they say, things hit the fan, you find out very quickly that the emperor wears no clothes. And the people who have been ruling over you and getting high paid salaries actually don't know what the hell they're talking about. I can talk about this ad infinitum when it comes to doctors and health. I mean, I have to undo many things most doctors have done to people. And Anthony Fauci in the past, yes, right, his evidence shows chaos. Doctors were challenging him, but they got silenced. Yes. I was one of the people who was challenging him, and they tried to throttle me and ban me off of, certain platforms when I was talking about zinc ionophores. And I had some people argue with me violently about, reversing COVID because essentially Anthony Fauci didn't approve it, right? But people didn't do their own research. They failed to actually research Anthony Fauci, and the system knows that you're not going to research these people because all you need is a gray-haired white man with glasses in a suit on CNN with the name expert in front of it. And what happened with Anthony Fauci is that he actually, I wonder if he's the greatest anti-hero in American history. It's between him and Columbus, for sure. It's between him and Christopher Columbus. What do I mean by that? Well, Christopher Columbus is someone who's given credit for something he never really did. Christopher Columbus is celebrated for being lost and misnaming a people, right? People were called Indians. He thought he was in India. If he thought he was in Czechoslovakia, you know what I'm saying? People who are called West Indians would be called West Czechoslovakians. Right, that's what Jamaicans would be called, West Czechoslovakians. Or he thought he was in Poland, they'd be called West Polish. Because he literally thought he was in India. So he celebrated for discovering a piece of land where people already were, as if those people didn't matter, right? And he's treated as if he was some type of great navigator, which he was not. There's a lot of talk about, you should read Columbus's diaries. And he was really a con man. He's a really interesting guy. He was kicked out of Italy. He went to Portugal, was kicked out, went to Spain, was able to convince the Spaniard kings and queens. And that's a whole different story because they had just defeated the Moors. And you had Isabella and Ferdinand. They were called the Catholic kings, so they would bring Christianity back, and they needed an upper hand, and they were given a lot of money by the Pope to do what they did to the Moors and do the Spanish Inquisition and all of that. And so Columbus now, I don't think out of any sailor, anyone has, I think he has the world record for crashing boats. I don't think anyone crashed more boats than Christopher Columbus, right? And he was ran out of Portugal because they did a little research on him, and they said, we don't really want to invest in you because you crash boats too much. You know what I mean? Like, you're really skilled at crashing boats, and I don't think we want to get behind you. And that's, as a matter of fact, the whole business of insurance came from insuring boats on trips. And I'm sure that Christopher Columbus played a role in it because people were losing their investment too much. So you had to insure the boats because Christopher Columbus was bound to crash it. So anyway, Anthony Fauci now, he crashes boats metaphorically when it comes to general health, public health. So during the AIDS pandemic, he brought AZT back when AZT was actually banned because it was killing people. Because AZT was killing people like more than the cancer itself. And exactly, Kasha Ku says Christopher Columbus, the boat crasher. That's who he is. I mean, really, nobody crashed more boats than Christopher Columbus. But he gets awards, and you go to Dominican Republic, they got a whole like plaza for him and a whole museum for him. It's a beautiful museum for somebody who was actually a failure. That's what I mean by anti-hero. Well, the same thing with Anthony Fauci. During AIDS, he told people to take AZT, which was taken off the shelf for cancer treatment because it was too toxic. Can you imagine? The same people who want to give you chemotherapy and radiation said AZT is that's going too far. But when people got AIDS, they gave people AZT, and in fact, people were dying from AZT more than they were actually dying from AIDS because it was completely shattering people's immune systems, much like what chemotherapy does. Now, that's a whole different conversation. We can have a different live on that. Chemotherapy is basically yellow mustard. It's mustard gas from World War I. You know what I mean? And when it spills on the hospital floor, it has to be cleaned with hazmat suits. You understand? So, exactly, gain of function. You know what I mean? And I mean, really, it's the fact that he's walking around tells you that there's no justice on this planet. And I give it to Robert Kennedy, who's running for president. He exposed it very well in his book, and I have his book on Anthony Fauci. Very, very thorough book. Anyone who's interested, I think probably those are the top two books to read about the medical system in the United States, probably Robert Kennedy's book, and also a book called Medical Apartheid for those who are interested. You learn a lot about the U.S. Medical system by reading those books. Okay? And the book is called The Real Anthony Fauci. Check it out if you have some time. It's a good read. So, let's get to intelligence. So what happened with, the Anthony Fauci thing is that people just believed whatever he had to say because of the trappings around him and what you call social proof of CNN and other politicians calling him a hero. And you even saw folks driving around, I trust Fauci. Like these were bumper stickers that people were driving around. And I seen it. It was crazy. And when I would tell people during the pandemic that, this guy is not a hero, this guy is actually a boat crasher, a lot of people were getting mad, but I didn't care, because at the end of the day, I can't be canceled. I'm a self-built man, so it's like, you can get me off of your like platforms, and that's fine, but you can't cancel me. I'm still do what I do. So it is what it is. So why don't we get into this conversation on intelligence? Y'all buckle in, because it's going to be very interesting, and folks can call in and share their opinions. On YouTube, the call-in link is pinned, and the call-in link is placed on Facebook as well, for you to call in. So let's look at. Let me try to make this big. Healing Beauty Rituals Daily says, "Whoa, wow, you are kidding." I'm not sure what you're referring to as to what I was kidding about. Yeah, trust Fauci. Yeah, yep, people had. I mean, these were like a lot of them were black folks, like black activists, because they hated Trump so much. Um, they were like, anything Fauci said, he was the anti-Trump, you know. And so anything he said, he could have said anything and they would have believed it. And Fauci he lied about masks. He was wrong about masks. He was wrong about social distancing for an airborne virus. The particles are much smaller than the threads of the mask. Like, masks didn't help at all, but you had people wearing masks. And even to this day, you still got some people wearing masks. It's quite incredible. He was wrong about hydroxychloroquine. It's a zinc ionophore. It's not going to kill you. It's on the World Health Organization's safest drugs and most essential drugs before the pandemic happened. What else? So many other things that we could talk about. He didn't tell you about vitamin D. He was wrong about people quarantining and staying inside. You were supposed to be outside getting sunshine. He was wrong about closing beaches. That was the wrong thing to do. People should have been outside getting sunshine to improve their vitamin D levels so that they would be able to fight a respiratory virus. It turns out that vitamin D is the main nutrient that your immune system needs to fight inflammation of the lungs. Like, that information's there, you know what I'm saying? But trust Fauci, a guy who failed miserably, you know what I'm saying? Who keeps, like, this is someone who fails forward. He fails forward. Like, he fails and gets promoted. He fails and gets more notoriety, like, and gets more money and more people. It's a crazy world that we live in, y'all. But I didn't buy it, and a lot of people I know didn't buy it. But I was very shocked to find certain folks buying it who I thought were like, very like rebellious people. But it shows you what fear can do to people. Fear can turn the most rebellious person into the most docile person, and the most complicit person. Fear changes people, and people are just looking for a savior. So, yeah, everyone's burning a fire on Fauci. Well, I have a good audience, because definitely Healing Beauty Rituals Daily says Fauci is either an idiot or pure evil, and he was powerful for 3 years. No, actually, he's been powerful for more than 3 years, close to 40. He's been in charge of health policy for the United States and research of medicine and policies in infectious diseases for close to 40 years. He was actually the highest paid civil servant in the U.S. government. A lot of people don't know that. And he's had the same position since the 1980s, when AIDS was a big deal. It was him. He was in charge of that. He was in charge of AZT. And those who question me about it, there's a very famous Spin magazine article about Fauci and AZT from the 1980s that you can read online. All right, that y'all can just check it out. Kashaku says he controlled the world then. And then Bola Kaja says, Bola Kaja 1 says, I think A good deal of his lies were intentional. Yeah, I think that they were intentional, but I also think that he's incompetent. So sometimes it's, there's a fine line between negligence and malice. Sometimes you're so negligent that it's considered malice. But if someone is negligent to that degree, if you keep them in position, then it's malice, right? If you know that you have a negligent surgeon, to keep him operating on people, knowing that he's negligent, means that you actually mean malice towards people. Like if you know someone is a negligent driver and is always crashing cars or boats, to keep hiring them to drive for the public would mean that you actually mean malice onto the public. So there's a very blurry line actually between negligence, continued negligence, and malice. They start becoming the same thing. And in the law, they would call it gross negligence, where it's almost just like malice, right? Okay. Yep. Look at his bosses. Yep. All right. So we're having some robust dialogue amongst people tuned in. All right. So let's get to this question here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this big so that everyone can see it. You don't need to see me commenting. You can hear me. That's good enough. What I'm going to do is, and I told everyone, definitely sign up for a Twitter account. If you don't, and you can choose who you follow on Twitter. Like I follow scientists, I follow movers and shakers, and that's why I get a heads up on everything that's going on in the world way before it's reported in the news. It's very valuable for those of us who trade money, trade stocks, or into Bitcoin, into investing. We can follow the owners of the companies and what they have to say about what's going on more than reading the Wall Street Journal or any of those things. It's a cheat code. I follow scientists on here. I follow thought leaders and I follow heads of state. Nayib Bukele is on Twitter. Paul Kagame of Rwanda is on Twitter. So Nayib Bukele of El Salvador. I follow the president of the Central African Republic, who's a mathematician who adopted Bitcoin for the country as well. And so I hear their thoughts and I can see what's going on very clearly. So let's get into the question. What are some signs, and I hope you all can see this, I can make it a little bit bigger. Let me know if you all can actually see the screen. Can you see what's on the screen? If I need to make it bigger, let me know. Let me know if you can see what's on the screen. If I need to make it bigger, I will. Just let me know. Just type in, yeah, we can see it, or please make it bigger. Okay, make it bigger. Okay, I'll make it a little bit bigger so that folks can see. Okay, I think that's good, right? That captures the screen well. Let me ask if that's okay. Is that all right? You all can see that pretty good? Okay. I think that's as big as I can make it. Big up Kelvin Warren. I think that's as big as I can make it. It's perfect? Oh, okay, good. All right. All right, big up Kelvin Warren. And then if you're on YouTube, feel free to hit like and subscribe. If you're on Facebook, feel free to share this. This will be a very interesting conversation for those of us who like to have interesting conversations. Yes, I removed the comment. All right. So here we go. This guy asked, and they had some very good answers. What are some signs a person is high IQ? What are some hard to fake signs when you can look at someone and say, probably a member of a group that is higher IQ than average? Okay. So you have responses. They speak calmly, simply, and eloquently without ostentatious language. They understand concepts in a fluid, fractal knowledge way, or you say knowledgeable way. So that's part of what I was talking about. That when someone knows what they're talking about and they're intelligent, they usually will be able to speak about it without using big words. And that's what he means by ostentatious language. and they can understand it. We say fluid fractal way is that they can understand it from breaking it down, as they would say, to the very last compound, and also understanding it in the bits, pieces, and also in a holistic way. And they're very fluid about understanding it. And what's important about that, this is what's important about this. I'll just go back to the screen. What's important about that is this, is that I've had the fortune to be in different circles. I've been around, folks who are impoverished, and I've been able to have dinner with billionaires. And I have found that people who are billionaires are no more intelligent than folks who are impoverished. Typically, the folks who are billionaires are just very skilled or knowledgeable in their field. And when you would ask a billionaire about a common topic that is not necessarily their exclusive field of expertise, how that person would explain their thoughts about it gives you a great insight into their knowledge. Also, when a person is able to say that they don't know, that's also a high degree of intelligence, because what they've done is they haven't tried to fool people, because a lot of times people who try to fool people about what they know and they try to freestyle an answer, they usually make themselves look stupid. So that person who says, I don't know, is wise enough to not get caught up in being a fraud, which would ruin their complete reputation. Whereas people who are driven by ego will try to freestyle answers and try to make up as if they know something when they really don't. But they just can't bring it within them and don't have the emotional intelligence to just say, I don't know. What do you know about this? What can I learn from you? And they say that the wisest person is the person who approaches every conversation feeling that they have something to learn from the other person. That is the approach that I take, right? And it has served me unbelievably, because what it does is it wipes away arrogance, right? Just because you think you have a degree in something doesn't necessarily mean that you know about that thing better than someone else. And this happens all the time with, like, in the field of agriculture. I've seen people go on to school and get a PhD in agriculture, and then they'll go meet a farmer who has no high school education, dropped out of high school, but they'll know more about the science of soil, agriculture, growing food than this person who has a PhD who learned from books. So it would do well for that PhD person when they're approaching that farmer who has had to farm as a matter of survival and economic wherewithal for their family, to at least approach the conversation with this so-called uneducated farmer with humility. Because at the end of the day, it's not about the degrees you have, it's about the results that you produce. And that's why, that's why I talk to cancer doctors, and they get publicly embarrassed because they think that they have a degree, like they're an oncologist, but there's so much that they don't know about reversing cancer. And it's shown by their results. It's shown by the results that they get, which is poor results, right? So when I've had public debates with oncologists, and it's been completely disgraceful on the side of them, because a lot of them are just arrogant. And so when people who are trained and arrogant, and what you'll find out is that arrogance and intelligence don't go well together. Usually arrogance and ignorance go together. It comes out very ugly, but they're usually attached to each other, because an intelligent person knows that they don't know everything and that there's more for them to learn, right? So this is an interesting answer. Another answer: they do things which don't appear to make sense at the moment, but which will become apparently beneficial later on. These are people who buck the system. IQ is based on pattern recognition. The higher the IQ, the quicker they'll prepare to mitigate any complications. If they seem psychic, it's because exceptionally high IQ allows them to see patterns forming well in advance and making early adjustments. They don't like reacting to things very much, especially if those things could have been prepared for. Now, this is a very interesting take. Oh, let me share that. Sorry. I didn't share that with you all. Let me share that screen. Let me go back to sharing that. My bad. So that's it right there. Let's reread that because there's a lot of gems in this. They do things which don't appear to make sense at the moment, but which become apparently beneficial later on. IQ is based on pattern recognition. The higher the IQ, the quicker they'll prepare to mitigate any complications. Other words, high IQ people are problem solvers. They're able to see patterns very quickly that other people don't see, and they're able to change what's happening to mitigate the complications and to solve the problems a lot quicker than other people. If they seem psychic, it's because exceptionally high IQ allows them to see patterns forming well in advance and make early adjustments. So these are people who are not trapped into the routine that everyone else is trapped into. They don't like reacting to things very much, especially if those things could have been prepared for. So these are people who actually sit down and really assess a situation, look at the patterns, don't get emotional, and they solve problems. And intelligence is always associated with problem solving. There's no intelligence worth having that doesn't solve problems. I'm going to say that again. There's no intelligence worth having that doesn't solve problems. And that's why we have so many people in leadership who have degrees but can't solve problems. Okay? And that's why we have the problems that we have. This person says, and a lot of these people answering, by the way, are scientists. This is a post by a scientist where they have other fellow scientists and behavioral scientists and researchers answering, and they're stating some very important things. Pattern recognition is a part of intelligence, and strong pattern recognition is correlated with high IQ, but it's not just that. Empathy, creativity, and abstract thinking all play a part. It's like saying basketball skill is solely about how high you can jump. Absolutely important. There is what you call gifts that people are given in terms of physical gifts. Some people may have gifts to jump high and all of that, but it's not everyone who jump high could play basketball like Michael Jordan. And it's not everybody who could jump high that was a better basketball player than Larry Bird, who could not jump high. And you would think that jump high would give you a selective advantage, and jumping high would give you a selective advantage in basketball. But we've seen time after time that people who jump high are not necessarily the best NBA players. It usually is those people who are very intelligent and able to recognize patterns. Okay? Pattern recognition is very important. If you want to train your child and your child's intelligence, let them do puzzles. Also teach them sign language early. Very interestingly, and big up to my wife for this. She taught our son when he was like a toddler sign language because she saw on YouTube that the problem with babies is that their vocal cords have not developed yet. So them being able to talk and pronounce words, they're not able to do it, but they're able to communicate. So they do it through crying. But you can actually teach babies sign language, and they can tell you when they're hungry, when they're thirsty, when their diaper needs to be changed. A little baby can be trained to tell you that. And there's whole programs to do that. And my son was doing it. So when he was hungry, he would go like this. That was the sign for I want breast milk. Like he had different signs that my wife taught. And man, you got to choose the right wives, man. There's a whole different conversation. But she taught my son sign language. I watched her do it. She made me get a sign language course that she could learn and teach him. And it's on YouTube, like teaching sign language to babies. And what happens is now the babies are able to communicate, and it actually develops their frontal cortex a lot quicker. So my son was reading at a very early age because he was able to attach symbols with activities, and because he did it when he learned sign language. It developed his brain. So pattern recognition is key. And they always say that People who do the same thing expect different results. That's the highest sign of insanity, but it's also a high sign of lack of intelligence, because you can't keep doing the same things and expecting different results, which means that you keep doing the same things and you have not developed the ability to recognize patterns that are not working. So, like, if you're looking at like the history of Black folks in America, you would know that like marching to change your like life, like really change your life, that doesn't really work. You know what I'm saying? Not to diss people in the civil rights movement, but what happened was basically you're trying to shame a shameless people to give you equality when you should be actually spending most of your time looking at what makes people powerful, as opposed to trying to plead to powerful people to treat you better. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we keep doing that. We as a people, we keep doing that. We keep falling into that modality. And we haven't recognized that pattern yet. And that's why you've got this reparations movement going on. Oh, yeah, I'll talk about it. Because what the reparations movement does, should Black folks get reparations? Absolutely. Morally. But the jungle ain't a moral place. And we live in the jungle. Remember that we are just higher primates that like to wear clothes. That's what we are as human beings. And we still operate on the laws of the jungle, which is basically, I'm going to say it again, the laws of the jungle just goes like this. Everything you're saying sounds good, but can you kick my ass? You know, that's the laws of the jungle. So what the reparations movement is seeking to do is using the same modality of trying to appeal to powerful people to give people who lost concessions. And the jungle don't work like that. Winning don't work like that. You win so that you get the bounty, and everyone else who lost gets crumbs or nothing. That's the point of winning. And that's why people want to win, because winning has benefits. Winning has the benefits of you being able to dictate to other people who lost. So if you lose, don't think that it is the moral obligation of those who defeated you to give you concessions, because the concessions you're asking for is concessions for those who lost. Instead of focusing on how to defeat your adversaries, you're looking for your adversaries to give you mercy in the form of reparations. It doesn't work that way. And it still puts the agency in the people who are more powerful than you's hands. You're going to them to ask them for a check in money when you have no factories, you don't have the means of production. So all the money that you get is going to go back into the hands of the people who have the means, who control the means of production. So the first thing you want to do before you get reparations is develop your own means of production, so that if you do get money, you're going to use that money to pay for the goods that your factories create. I'm not going to stop talking like this, y'all, because it seems for some reason our people haven't recognized the patterns of winning. Like when you study winning, people who won, individuals that won, nations who are winning, they all do the same thing. Winning is a science. It is actually a well-chronicled science. That's why I talk about China all the time. Remember, the Opium Wars, I'm going to keep talking about it. Opium Wars caused China to go into their period of national embarrassment, or they call it the period of national disgrace, which then caused them to say, well, we could go to the British and beg the British to please give us our ports back and please give us reparations, or we can choose to build a nation greater than the British. You understand? No, predators, exactly. Bola Koja, okay. Healing Beauty Ritual says, I love it. Bola Koja says, brilliant. Bola Kaja, sorry, pronounce it. Bola Kaja 1 speaks volumes about the mentality of our people. And predators rarely give mercy. No, they only give mercy if it's a benefit to them. It keeps them, if it'll keep them in power and keep them strategically advanced over you, then they'll give mercy. But they're never going to give you mercy to the detriment of them. And we still don't understand this game of power. So what has happened in America is you've actually gotten groups of Black folks in America who believe in parochial boundaries. What I mean by parochial boundaries is this whole thing called America, who they call themselves ADOS. They say American descendants of slaves, right? So in nowhere in their name is the word African. So they don't want to identify as African, and they have a very anti-African stance. So a lot of them will say, like ADOS would be like, we're not African. They'll say, we're not African. We're actually indigenous people to America. But then their story falls apart because their whole thing is Africans sold us into slavery. Well, if you weren't African, how could Africans sell you into slavery? Because you had to be in Africa. So it's a really weird group of people. But anyway, what they don't understand is that, people say, oh, Africans sold us into slavery. No, Africans didn't sell you into slavery. If Africans sold anyone to slavery, then you would say Africans sold Africans into slavery. Africans sold each other into slavery, not us as if you're a different person, because in Africa, there are villages of people missing. There are families missing. So the people who weren't taken away are missing their family members. And a lot of those who did engage in this type of behavior, traitorous behavior, they were sold into slavery themselves, and not even sold. It's not, this is the thing, is that it's not everybody who was put on slave ships was sold. People were prisoners of war who fought. See, this is how you make it sound. You make it sound like, oh, like people were just standing there and they were just bought. No, people were actually fighting and lost a fight. And when you lose a fight, you become a prisoner of war. And that has been the status of Black people in America since. And in the U.S. Constitution, it actually stopped the immigration of Africans through slavery, not because of moral reasons. In the Constitution, it has a date when they would stop, quote unquote, importing Africans, because Africans were becoming a bigger population in the South than whites. That's the reason why they stopped it. That's no moral reason. They just stopped. It was like, it's getting to be too many of them. You understand? It's just way too many of them. And then they had to, that's why they put the 3/5 clause in. It's like, wait, there's too many of them. You're getting more representation. The South is getting more representation than the North. So we're going to have to actually make them 3/5 of a vote. That's what that was about, because it was too many of us. So what happens now is that you have this group called ADOS, and they're basically xenophobic towards other Black folks, which actually makes no sense, because they're not looking for real power. They're looking for concessions from their zaddy. Their zaddy is Jethro and Billy Bob that they love to live next door to, because they're Americans. You see, what that means is that that person feels more in common with someone in Alaska, which is close to Russia and is not contiguous to the United States, but by legislative fiat and through parochial boundaries made by your adversary and the person who bought. You see, they worried about who sold you into slavery, and they never talk about who bought it, who was the consumer, who was the one who benefited from slavery. They don't talk about that, and they'll call themselves Americans, but won't call themselves African anywhere in their description. You understand what I'm saying? That they call themselves American descendants of slaves, not American descendants of Africans or anything like that. But they love them some Amerigo Vespucci. You understand what I'm saying? They love them some Amerigo Vespucci, because that's who they want to be named after. You understand what I'm saying? Kashaku says exactly, logic is flawed. Bolokaja, yeah. You understand what I'm saying? When we talk about intelligence, it transfers over. Bless up Lowell. Also, they make it seem like there was a particular tribe called Black Americans in Africa that was sold. Exactly. Yo, bless up Lowell. Kasha Kubolo Kaja on the same vibe. Lowell, peace. Yeah, peace, everyone, peace. So, and healing beauty rituals daily says, unfortunately, it seems many of us think we can appeal to the goodness in other human beings because we see the power structure like parents, because many of us have been living off financial assistance. And then Shakara, big up Shakara. Good brethren Shakara, man. Good thinker and good expounder on African ideology and Pan-Africanism and all that. Good to have you here, bro. feel free to call in, tap in if you want. It's pinned. Anyone can tap in if y'all want to, chop it up with me. You can call in, let you on, and we'll chop it up. And Lowell says he's a little late. No, don't worry about it. We're talking about intelligence. But you see, here's the thing: is that when we talk about these things, I always want to apply it to something practical. I don't want to just have like masturbatory sessions about like philosophy. I'm seeing how it actually applies in real life. So when we talk about intelligence, notice that most of the people, and these people replying are fellow, like they're scientists. This is a scientific question on recognized intelligence. And they're talking about pattern recognition, right? And so therefore, how does that serve us in any way in our lives in terms of pattern recognition? This is what I'm talking about. Like this whole movement of adults are people who definitely have a low IQ. The reason why they have a low IQ is because they have not engaged in pattern recognition. The pattern recognition has failed them because what they want to do is they actually prefer to have company in their identity attached to Billy Bob and Jethro rather than Kwame Inakua or Kuswa. You understand what I'm saying? They're allergic to all things African. They're the ones who make the excuses and say, oh, Africans don't like us, right? But, and I have people like, and this is how I also see intelligence too, is like, I have people ask me about Africa all the time, and they'll be like, and I can discern between who's serious about Africa and who's just a detractor. So for instance, the person who's serious about Africa asked me, how much is a visa? They're asking an operational question because they're saying, if I fly there, do I have to pay for a visa and how much would it cost? They're actually thinking about going there. So when they're asking me about Africa, it's a serious question. Well, the people who aren't serious about Africa, they say, do Africans like us? That's not someone who's looking to book a ticket to go to Africa anytime soon. That's someone who's allergic to Africa and is looking for an excuse to back up their allergies. And what I mean by that is that it's very clear that Black folks, and I've said this before and I'm going to say it again, Black folks in America got no problem moving in, living in, hugging up, riding buses with people who don't like them. Black people will live in a white neighborhood in a hot second next to the Ku Klux Klan just because they want to live next to Billy Bob and Jethro. Living in a place that's hostile to you as a Black person in America has never stopped Black people from wanting to live in a place. That's actually encouraged them. You've heard the stories of these celebrities who go to like stores and they don't know who they are, like the Oprahs or whatever. And so the store manager will start watching them for shoplifting and all that. And what does that Black celebrity do? I'll show them by buying out the store. Yo, we're crazy. I can't mess with y'all, man. I really can't mess with y'all. It's just too much. It's too much. Y'all be just killing me, man. So you'll show them by giving them more money because you want to prove to them that you're worthy, so you just can give them your money. You see the psychology? Lack of pattern recognition. Like you're just enriching other people. You're not enriching your own people. And it's like, this is the insanity that goes on. And this is why you got to be able to deal with pattern recognition as a part of intelligence. If you can't recognize patterns, it's hard to say that this person has a high IQ or intelligent. And it applies in many different aspects of life as it applies to groups of people. For instance, I can say it, Pan-Africanists are the highest IQ politically minded Black people because we came up with the conclusion that, damn, we're going to need a continent behind us to pull this off. Like we know that we can't be like, oh, I'm Jamaican and Jamaica's better than everybody else, or I'm from Brooklyn and Brooklyn's, you know what I'm saying, or I'm from the United States and later for every other Black person and this and that and blah 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 blah. I'm American and this and that. No, you're catching hell because you're not united, and your continent, that's the most valuable continent on earth, is not organized to serve you and your people. So because of that, we have to be Pan-Africanists. It's actually a very easy equation. It's low-hanging fruit to be a Pan-Africanist. It's the only thing that makes sense. Parochial identities make no sense. When I see Jamaicans and Jamaicans and Trinis don't get along just because of the port that you were dropped off at, not even knowing, like, and Jamaicans not loving Haitians and Haitians, like, it's crazy because even back in the day, people used to go from island to island. Like, people don't even know. They don't even know the history. You understand what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these black folks in America who are ADOS, they're black heroes. They don't even know. Like, they was talking about Denmark Vesey. Denmark Vesey was in Haiti before he came to South Carolina. So is he a Haitian or is he a black American? Would you call him a foundational black American? Like, that's what they say. Like, what is Denmark Vesey to y'all? Is he foundational black American? Huh? He better be. But he's going to tell you Sac Passe, not Boule in a second, because he was up in Haiti. His name was Telemac. You understand what I'm saying? And when he raided in 1822, I believe it was, when he did the South Carolina business that he was doing, the next thing was when he got the armory, the Haitian army was supposed to come to South Carolina to take care of business. That was step 2, because his homies were generals and militants in the Haitian army that fought in the Haitian Revolution. That was the type of company that he kept. So you think that you're going to be able to pull this off without international black cooperation? Good luck. You've proven yourself to be a low IQ person when you have a parochial identity or chauvinistic identity based on borders that you yourself did not even make. You understand what I'm saying? Exactly. Leaders of the Haitian Revolution, Dutty Boukman, Jamaica. He was in Jamaica first. You understand what I'm saying? We have these islands meant nothing to us. They were just slave plantations. So now you start bigging up your identity based on slave plantations, means that you have not recognized the patterns, which really means you're low IQ. And so the people who are into ADOS and all of that, they rather associate their identity with Amerigo Vespucci than an African. And that's up to you. I can't tell you what you're going to be, but you can't tell me not to look at you as a low IQ person, that you haven't recognized the patterns. And if you think they're because their whole thing is that only black people who were enslaved in America should get reparations from the U.S. government. That's the argument. So it's this thing about we need we're due reparations. It's like, me, that's not my fight. I'm a Pan-Africanist. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm about the empowerment of all of us. If you think that getting reparations for black folks in America based on who was enslaved in America is going to change things, have at it. Have at it. But what I know is that you can decide that you want to expend your energy to try to make people who defeated you give you concessions, or you can spend your energy to try to defeat the people who defeated you. I'm in that other camp. That's why you won't see me talking about those things like very seriously. I'll do it just to clown people, but I'm not going to do it to, like, you know what I'm saying, to like a serious conversation, because I believe in agency of a people who've been defeated, to regain our agency. Because if you don't regain your agency, you won't be able to govern properly your own environment, which is necessary, the skills of governing. But it's a road and it's a process of actually mastering science, technology, engineering, all those things that are necessary for people to be powerful. And if you think that what's going to make you powerful is getting reparations, a check from your adversary, without paying attention to those points of care, good luck. I wish you good luck, friend of Billy Bob and Jethro. You understand what I'm saying? That's who you are. So, Rasta Funk says, tune into his show Fridays, Saturdays, and Sunday. Tune into Rasta Funk. He has a great live as well. He's on Facebook and Twitter. He'll be on YouTube soon. He's on at 8 p.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. And of course, we always play his music. A lot of people loving Trees and Kilimanjaro. And Bola Kaja says, damn, Kashaku in the mix, saying Africa is still a dark continent to them. They're embarrassed and don't want to be associated with a continent they think are losers. Exactly. And I understand that. If Africa was a so-called first continent, they would claim it in a heartbeat. And what she means by that is if Africa had basically the economy of a leading country as a continent, these people would claim it right away. Yeah, because people want to be on a winning team. I understand that. So our job is to create a winning team, and you'll see everyone else come. Those are what you call fair weather friends. That's all. It's all good. I understand human beings. Let's get into some more of these definitions or these observations of intelligence and see how it applies to us individually and us as a group or anybody as a group. Yeah, they say IQ is basically how quickly you detect, understand, and connect patterns around you. Okay? All right. I'm not going to read that one. IQ is pattern recognition. This is Hollywood intelligence. Smarter people communicate in a straightforward manner rather than obscuring their reasoning to be dramatic. This whole time I thought I was autistic. I'm actually high IQ. I was going to say intelligent people are great at noticing things before anyone else. Yes, that's early pattern recognition. Someone talks about gut feeling. No, gut feeling is not IQ. Drawing correct conclusions from insufficient evidence. So this is very interesting. Drawing correct conclusions from insufficient evidence. That is another way of saying early detection of patterns before anyone else. And having that early detection govern your behavior or your solution set. That's another way of saying it. So the person who's able to draw the correct conclusion first from the smallest amount of evidence is somebody who's very intelligent. Let me give you an example. Everyone has seen the Wheel of Fortune, right? The Wheel of Fortune is, the least amount of words to be able to come up with a sentence. And so those people who were into pattern recognition and had high IQs did the best on the Wheel of Fortune because they needed the least amount of letters to be able to solve that sentence. And that's true. So for instance, the best doctor is the one who needs the least symptomatic clues to be able to say, oh, this is what's going on with that person. That most doctors may need 10 clues to say, oh, this person's having this problem. And someone who you would consider a high IQ doctor would say, oh, this one or two things is enough for me to be able to correctly say that this is what's going on. Okay? So this is very important to be able to recognize this, and that it's about being correct with the smallest amount of evidence possible. That's another way of judging someone's intelligence. And what I mean by that is that someone doesn't need so many context clues to understand what's going on. So many people need, there's people who need all types of context clues before they get what you call the hint. Like, oh, you don't get the hint yet? You understand what I'm saying? Like you don't get the hint that like this is what these people are doing. You need all of these things to happen. So for instance, during the pandemic, a lot of people came out of the pandemic completely not trusting the medical establishment based on what they saw in the pandemic, what they saw with these jabs. Afterwards, they saw this and were like, wait, I've been completely fooled by the medical establishment. Their procedures are actually dangerous because there were some people who already recognized the corruption of the medical field before the pandemic. They didn't need more evidence. They didn't need the pandemic to happen. But most people who are now against the medical establishment are newly converted based on this new set of data of what happened during the pandemic. They saw it up close and personal, where there were some of us, we didn't need the pandemic to say that we don't trust these people. We already knew that iatrogenics, death by doctor, was the third leading cause before 2020. It's the third leading cause of death. We already knew that they are going to forsake your health in favor of the pharmaceutical companies because we know that the system is built on money, not actually preserving lives, right? We knew that already. So we know that these people are not going to be people who's going to save anybody during the pandemic. They're going to try to make a dollar. Because what you are, as Henry Kissinger said, is useless eaters. Or another way to call people useless eaters that's more academic is surplus labor. That's the economic way to call people useless eaters, surplus labor. In other words, we don't need you anymore for work because your only real value was the labor that you provided us. And so, most of these people who are economic conservatives, they're really cheap labor conservatives. They're about cheap labor. And really, a lot of people who are against slavery, they weren't against slavery for like moral reasons. They were against it for economic reasons. What do I mean by that? You would think that like it would be great to produce something and never have to pay anyone, right? But Henry Ford, the guy, the automobile guy, Henry Ford with the Ford, he hated slavery. But he was a Nazi, actually. He was a Nazi, but he hated slavery. And Adam Smith hated slavery. He's a British economist. He comes out with the term mercantilism. They actually hated slavery. You know why they hated slavery? Oh, God. You know why they hated slavery? Not because like people were enslaved and like they felt sorry for them. They hated slavery because you need to pay your employees so that they'll come back and buy your goods and be able to buy your goods. They said it was inefficient economically. Slavery is inefficient economically because you've got these groups of people that you actually have to feed, clothes, and all of that. So, but these people are not making money to actually buy your goods. So, for instance, like the minimum wage and all of that, like Henry Ford was big on paying his factory employees a good wage. The reason was not because he cared about them, was because he wanted them to be able to afford to buy his cars. These people are a trip. These people are a trip. She said, Kashiku says, if they were intelligent, they would travel to the continent, invest, and create generational wealth for their families. Yes. That would be part of pattern recognition. And Bolakaja says, the indigenous recognize the pattern. They do speak with forked tongues. And there's SMH. Okay. So please understand these patterns and these and being able to recognize patterns. So for instance, I'll give you another example. Allegiances, right? This is very important for countries and people to understand. So dig this, right? The owner of Burger King and the cow. Oh man, this is crazy. The owner of Burger King and the cow both hate the owner of McDonald's, but for completely different reasons. If that cow thinks that the owner of Burger King is his friend because they both hate the owner of McDonald's, he's got something coming for him and something coming to him. He has not recognized the patterns that the owner of Burger King wants you for dinner too, and to sell your meat and to slaughter you too. And don't think that this person's your friend. And he may come to you and say, let's protest McDonald's together and crash the business of McDonald's together. And you don't know that once you crash the business of McDonald's, he's looking to you to slaughter you so that he can have a monopoly because McDonald's out the way, and you helped him get McDonald's out the way because you were a cow that did not recognize patterns. See, this is Ados. Ados is the cow. They think the American Ados thinks that the American government is their ally. The cow thinks that Mr. Burger King is its ally because they both don't like McDonald's. You understand? So they know the American government don't like Africans. So they want to they want to partner with the American government and be Americans instead of Africans, but they don't realize that the American government is just Burger King. Oh my God. Can you imagine the cow wanting to change his name to Whopper? Right? The cow wants to rename himself to Whopper. Huh? He wants to rename himself to Whopper because he feels like Mr. Burger King is his friend. Right? He don't want nothing to do with Cowland because he feels like other cows sold him out. Right? So he wants to become a Whopper. He wants to call himself Whopper. And he wants Burger King to give him reparations and thinks that Burger King is his friend. Because they have a mutual dislike for, a party, a separate party. The analogy isn't quite 100% on point, but you get the point. you definitely get the point. You understand what I'm saying? It's comical. It's a lack of pattern recognition. But their sympathies and their identity lies with America, who was actually the greatest abuser of their people. Right? But they hate actually a continent that tried to fight unsuccessfully for our people not to be kidnapped and transported. And this is real. Like, a lot of people don't know. I'll tell you all a story. Yes, Henry Ford responsible 9 to 5 work schedule. I'll tell you all a story. So I was in Nigeria, y'all. This is a real story. Do you know they are now trying to get reparations from Africa instead of America? Of course they are. Why would they want to burden their sweet, sweet America? Go after the Africans that they hate so much because they think America's their friend. That's why their name is American Descendants. They love the whole American tag. That's fine, but you're failing to recognize patterns. A lawyer named Dennis Sperling, I believe, is spewing this. Yeah, let him spew it. You're always gonna have them people. I'll tell you all a quick story. So I don't know, when does someone become a foundational Black American? Is it when they step foot in America, or was it when they were captured in Africa and put in a dungeon? Like, at what point do you become like, at what point are Black people kith and kin to you? At the point that they get captured in Africa? At the point that white people handcuff them and put them in bondage and bring them to Elmina Castle? Are the people in Elmina Castle your kith and kin? Are the people who died on the boats kith and kin? Or is it that they had to actually dock into South Carolina Harbor before they're your kith and kin? I just want to know how this thing works. So I'm in Nigeria, right? I'm in Nigeria for World Music Day. I'm performing there, and I'm meeting the community of artists, because at the time I'm a professional artist. I happened to meet one of the percussionists for Fela Anikulapo, you know what I'm saying? Kuti, the legendary musician Fela. If you don't know who Fela is, particularly if you're African descent, even if you're ADOS, you should know who he is. Take some time, Anyway, who knows? You might like his music, despite the fact that he's from Africa. So anyway, I meet an elder. His name is Dudu, right? Americans would make fun of the name Dudu, but in Nigeria, Dudu means black. Like you see the soap Dudu Oshun, right? It's black soap. So check this out. I get to talk to him, and Dudu, before he was playing music with Fela, he went on tour with Fela. And his position was he was ideological advisor to Fela. I mean, I've met some very interesting people in my life. So he's ideological advisor to Fela, and he was telling me that Fela brought him on the road to keep him in check. Now, this is very key, and this is also pattern recognition and intelligence. Fela recognized that as an artist, sometimes artists can get a little off track because you get into an artistic world and you get into excess and decadence and all of these types of things. You start making more money than you ever made. You get more attention than you ever made. You get more fame. And then the people around you are basically yes men and yes women, right? So you can do no wrong. And so Fela's estimation was that he was doing music to convey a message about Africa and African togetherness and African power and what have you. So that's why he said music is a weapon. He wasn't just playing music just to play music. He was coming from a whole different school that people like Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, anybody of any import or importance would come from, in terms of that cloth of, I'm not just using my talent for aesthetics. I'm using my talent to actually, gain advantage for a people, right? Music with a message. So because of that, he enlisted Dudu to be his ideological advisor. And Dudu's role was, whenever Fela was getting weak or saying things that were not part of the program, he would have the right to pull Fela's coat and be like, that's off. That's not what we're here for. We're here to actually do X, Y, and Z. You need to tighten it up. So Fela had the foresight to do that because he saw other musicians getting soft. Okay, so they're having a problem streaming on Twitter. So we'll see people get on. We'll see what happens with Twitter. They're having some issues. Just remove the destination of stream and then re-add it. Okay, I'm going to remove it. And then I'm going to re-add Twitter. Okay. Give me a second for those who are viewing on Twitter. Let's get this broadcast going. Just have to redo it. All right. Okay. So hopefully, all right, it should be up and running on Twitter. So Fela says to him, you have the right to pull my coat whenever I'm getting weak, which shows a lot of foresight, but Fela recognized the patterns of musicians and artists and how they end up getting soft. Yeah, big up Ebony Black to Africa. And Bolo Koja says ignorance. Yep. So I get to talk to Dudu, and not only does Dudu tell me this about Fela, Dudu tells me that Dudu was probably around 75 years old. And he tells me that it's either his grandmother or his great-grandmother. I think it was his grandmother. He said she lived to be an old woman. So sometime in the 1800s, like 1850s or something like that, his grandmother was kidnapped from the interior of Nigeria by the British, but definitely some Europeans. She was kidnapped in a raid by Europeans in Africa. They tore down a village and they went into the interior and they grabbed people. And it was like a 200-mile walk from the interior of Nigeria to the coast where Lagos is. She made it to like mile 192 before she got to the coast, or she made it to the coast and she was able to break free and run away and found her way like a year later back at the village. And she told the story, and she told the family the story of the journey and how crazy it was and what they had to go through in that journey. Not only did she tell the family, she ends up telling little Dudu the story when he's a child of how she was kidnapped. He knew her personally. So this thing about slavery is not that long ago, y'all. Y'all think it's long ago. It's not. I'll give you a fun fact. We talk about American slavery. Do you know that Harriet Tubman lived at the same time as both Thomas Jefferson and Ronald Reagan? Y'all wouldn't believe it, but check it out. Harriet Tubman was a child when Thomas Jefferson was an old man, and she was an old woman when Ronald Reagan was a child. She lived through both of their lives. Thomas Jefferson and Ronald Reagan, one woman. And you think that this was so long ago. One woman lived that lifespan between Thomas Jefferson being alive and Ronald Reagan being alive. Like, that's a fun fact. So anyway, yeah, a lot of people don't know that, Ebony. You're saying, wow, like, a lot of people don't know that. It's recent history. So his grandmother, who went through this whole tortuous journey and escaped, came back and told the story. Now, that's also flies in the face of people saying, oh, slavery never happened. We don't come from Africa, all that, because the grandmother, I guess if she never escaped, she would be, and she ended up in South Carolina, she would be what, a foundational Black American? All these people you call them foundational Black Americans were Africans at one point. The question is when they stopped being African. And would Dudu's grandmother, even though she was kidnapped and put on a boat, she walked on the shores of South Carolina, would she stop being from the ethnic group that she was from? No. Would she say she was American? No. The most foundational Black folks in America would not have said that they were American. That's what's so funny. Huh? You think Harriet Tubman's mama thought she was an American? You think she thought she was a foundational American? No, she felt like she was from the ethnic group that she came from, Africa. It's only the grandchildren later on who now got a newfangled way of, they say, oh, I'm American now. Red, white, and blue now. Like your grandfolks who got dragged on the shores never felt that they were American. They felt like they were African. From whatever ethnic group they came from, that's what they were defending. So, that's just a little something about them. I don't want to spend too much on them, but they deserve a little treatment when we talk about IQ and intelligence, because someone was trying to drag me in that conversation online yesterday. And I refused. I said, good luck with your reparations. You know what I'm saying? I hope you build factories with it, but I know you ain't. I know you're going to give it right back to Balenciaga and Tommy Hilfiger and Nike and iPhone, and you're going to give it all right back because you don't control your means of production. So any money that you get, you're going to use it for consumer behavior, and you don't control the production of consumer materials. You might want to go to Africa and try a different pattern. Yes, that's it. It is what it is. Ebony says recent history. Yeah, there's recent history about the whole Harriet Tubman thing. Yeah, man. Harriet Tubman lived at the same time Thomas Jefferson and Ronald Reagan lived. Rasta Funk, back asswards. They're something, I think he's trying to say manifest destiny was to capture it and brought here. I don't know what he said. Manifest. Yeah. Manifest destiny. Yeah. So, that's my little thing about ADOS people and this whole foundational. It's just basically meant to divide us. And really, these are not people who are interested in like real power for our people. I mean, can you imagine the Chinese trying to divide themselves that way in their moment, their period of national disgrace, and they're not looking to like close in the ranks and actually solve their problem through unity and numbers. Like, wouldn't you want as many numbers as possible? Like in this international competition of nationhood, of peoples, people are competing, yo. And the Indians, they want their numbers. They want their numbers. The Chinese, they want their numbers. The Europeans, they want their numbers. That's why they have a thing called a European Union. As much as they've fought amongst each other, when it comes to you, they're united. They'll fight all day amongst each other. Then they see you, they're united. Trust me, Billy Bob Throw, the Hatfields and McCoys don't get along until they see you. When they see you, they are united. You understand what I'm saying? But you trying to take league with them. I mean, it's actually weird. So anyway, it's all good. Let's get back into this intelligence conversation. As we see, a lot of the people are commenting on pattern recognition. This person says 50% of the population is below average. And that's a mathematical fact, right? 50% of the population would have to be below average. Another 50% would be above the average because it's a thing called the median, right? But most people think that they're above average, regardless of the results of their lives. You can talk to most people, and most people are completely arrogant about their capabilities until you start examining the results in their life. Their strong beliefs, what results has it caused them in their lives in terms of success? Because the strength of a theory is measured by its predictive value of success. So if I have a theory that is going to be an eclipse tomorrow, well, we judge the strength of the theory if there's really going to be an eclipse tomorrow. And if it happens, then my theory is very strong. But if it doesn't, like for instance, like when it comes to like relationships, in America, a lot of people have their opinions about relationships, but most people, have failed when it comes to relationships. But they have all these type of strong opinions, but, you'll ask them like, well, even male and female, right? I don't want to just pick on one gender, but, one of the tactics is, someone talking about, relationships in a strong way. Like one of the tactics, oh, what does your husband think about that? And they'll be, oh, I don't have a husband. Oh, okay. They're like, oh, what does your wife think about that? Oh, I don't have a wife, but you got all these strong opinions, right? About relationships and want to give people advice, right? So let's look at some of these other opinions. So what I'll do is I'll click the ones that got the most responses to see what people are saying. And so this is the person who talks about pattern recognition first. And they say empathy is agreeableness, not IQ. Creativity, abstract thought, or personality trait, openness to experience, not IQ, although the two correlate. The ability to put yourself into the actions, thoughts, and feelings of another person is empathy. And I would believe that in terms of survival instincts and success, empathy would be necessary. So I do think that is a trait in terms of one of the definitions of intelligence, because if you cannot see how other people see the world, you will not be able to communicate with people effectively. Remember, I talked about teachers. If you cannot teach someone effectively based on empathy, knowing where they are and their understanding or lack thereof of a particular topic, and you're using words that they don't understand and will not understand, you're actually wasting your time in communication, which is not intelligent. So this person, pushes back and says the ability to put yourself into the actions, thoughts, and feelings of another is empathy. It's far rarer than people imagine, as they tend to think of agreeableness, sympathy, or solipsism. If you can empathize with someone, you may choose to be polite, compassionate, or, this is very important. It's important for you all to think about. If you can empathize with someone, you may choose to be polite, compassionate, or agreeable. Doesn't mean that they're related. If I can physically pick you up and toss you in the river, the fact that I choose to do so or not does not mean the physical strength is a proxy for being nice or mean. Right. So what the person is saying is that because you have a certain ability, it doesn't have anything to do with being nice or mean. But there is an intelligence in terms of social intelligence. And to have social intelligence, you will have to have empathy. In other words, you got to be able to put yourself in the shoes and the feelings of another person, or else you will not be able to adequately communicate. And part of intelligence is how you are able to get along with or to make others get along with you. Okay? And this person disagrees. The creativity is correlated. Empathy is not IQ. It's very, very simple. And, people are just going back and forth on that. But it's a good thing to think about in terms of intelligence and empathy. And I think that empathy is actually one of the most important parts of intelligence, particularly when you're dealing with groups. You have to understand how to communicate with other people. If you don't know how to communicate with other people, you can't say that you're really intelligent. You're living on an island. All right. I think creativity is implicit with what he is saying. I don't think empathy has anything to do with IQ, though it is a very important trait to have. Then this guy responds, the ability to run accurate scenarios in your mind through constructs is not a normal skill. If someone can do this, it means they applied their intelligence in a way that most people cannot. That's the application of empathy. Do all high IQ people have empathy? He says, this is a very important conversation, y'all. This is actually very important. I hope you're not losing what's being discussed here. Do all high IQ people have empathy? I guess I have to agree that they don't, undercutting my argument. Most think that if people were just like them, everything would work out. That's a fallacy. And that is what a lot of people get caught up in, right? And this is what he's pointing out. But that's the lack of empathy, is that when you think that everyone is like you, you're actually mistaken. You think that everyone likes the food that you like. You think that everyone likes the music that you like. You think that everyone likes the religion that you like. And you think that everybody likes whatever it is that you like. And you're talking to people, you might go to a whole different country and you get a whole rude awakening. Once you understand that people are different and people don't necessarily agree with your worldview, then you're able to navigate in this world. The problem is very unintelligent people are given power and they foist their beliefs on other people. And a lot of times it don't work out. But if you have empathy, you'll understand how to navigate within other people's belief systems. That's why I tell people routinely ask me, what religion am I? Routinely. And this is why I cannot claim a religion. I can't claim a religion because what's more important to me is the results towards the development of Africa, which requires me to be a Pan-Africanist. And so to be a Pan-Africanist, I cannot be chauvinistic towards one religion, because I know that most of our people are very religious towards one type of ideology, religious ideology. And so if I claim one ideology as my own, better than saying that it's better than other people's, I necessarily separate myself from able to commune with other people who are African, whether I agree with their religion or not. And remember, as I told you all, the coldest thing I ever saw on a TV show was when I watched Sons of Anarchy, and the gang member, the motorcycle gang member, went to a church to look to buy the church, and he talked to the son of the deceased patriarch of the church, and the son said to him, I've been telling you all about myself and my religion and all of that. I don't even know what you believe. And the guy said to him, the coldest thing I ever heard. Cold is like, that's Chicago slang. Like, it was actually, you could say, hottest thing too. But it was the most like serious thing that I ever heard on television. He said, what I believe is not what's important. What's important is for me to know what you believe. And that's key. That's intelligence, because once you understand what people believe. So for instance, if I want to get along with somebody, if I have a goal in mind, let's say I want to build a factory and I want people to actually show up to the factory on time, I'm not going to argue with someone who's into astrology about what I think about astrology. Do you understand? What I'm going to do is that I'm going to try to understand your understanding of astrology, and I'll speak to you in astrological terms, like, well, you know, Saturn is in the house of Venus today. So this is probably the best day to actually show up to the factory early. You understand what I'm saying? I'm going to speak to you in a way that's going to get you to understand, because I'm going to speak to you in your language. And this was very key when I was in Gambia setting up the factory. And Sister Walete Sion, she says something. She says, "I think intelligence is a result of knowing of the inner self, which will better inform how you perceive the outer." Yes, I think intelligence is more than just knowing the inner self, though. It's also taking the time to learn the outer, what's outside of you, right? Because we don't live on this planet alone. And as a matter of fact, like, if you want to understand insects, it would be good to understand the world from their point of view. It's like, so what I'm saying is like, so for instance, the bird and the worm, and then an apple. The apple rots from the bottom. The worm's experience and knowledge of the apple is different than the bird's experience and knowledge of the apple. The bird sees a shiny apple from the top. The worm sees a rotten apple from the bottom. Who's right about the apple? Both of them. But if they don't take the time to understand the vantage point of each other, they're going to go to war over what an apple looks like, when both of them are actually right. So it's very important for the worm to know the bird's perspective, which is called empathy. It's important for the bird to know the worm's perspective of the apple. It's called empathy. That's a very important trait if you're going to be successful in this world, because you're not going to understand people's points of view. And what will happen is that you just focus on you yourself. And it's actually a very egoistic way of approaching the world. We all know people who have egos, who think that their worldview is the worldview. Religious people are the best example of that. If you're not in their religion, look at it, especially someone who's very arrogant. Look how they'll talk to you. And they'll say, "Oh, you're not saved. You're doomed to go to hell." So you know what I'm saying? This is how they're looking at you, because you don't believe in what they believe in. You understand what I'm saying? LOL, you do every now and then when you bring up battle rap, hip hop, and other subjects. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I might have missed that. It might have been something I was talking about earlier. But Lowell, you can feel free to call in and we can chop it up about that, so I can understand where you're coming from. And then Healing Beauty Rituals Daily says, "How would you just distinguish intelligence from wisdom?" I think wisdom comes from applied intelligence. I think that's what wisdom. I think wisdom comes from experience. I think you can have intelligence without wisdom, but I don't think that you can have wisdom without intelligence. I might be wrong about this, and someone feel free to correct me or convince me differently. But just off the top of my head, I feel like wisdom is something that is a function of time and experience, whereas intelligence is a function of capacity and approach. So, again, I think that wisdom, yeah, when you use certain subjects to relate to a brother, yeah. So if I know you from Brooklyn, I'm going to talk to you in Brooklynese, in what people from Brooklyn talk about, to explain something. If I know you're from Jamaica, I'm going to talk to you. You know what I mean? Like, this is what the whole, like, this is why, getting back to what Sister Walete Sion, by the way, Walete Sion is a great singer and a great artist. She's a great reggae singer. And if you didn't know Sister Walete Sion, I follow your music. I love your music, by the way. Your dub vocals and all of that. I love it. She's talking about inner self. Yes, inner self is important. This is important. This is a very salient point. It will inform you on how to perceive the outer, as long as you tap into your inner self without ego. Because we all know, like, let me give a very crass example. Like, Jamaicans. Jamaicans believe that their island is the best island on earth, right? They believe that their food is the best food on earth. A lot of them. They believe that their artists are the best artists on earth, right? And it has caused them not to necessarily have a full Caribbean experience to understand how other people in the Caribbean get down. And all of us, like we know it, like we know people who are chauvinistic to their block, their country, their tribe, or whatever, their group, without taking into account other people's contributions or other people's greatness. And you always see them being surprised when they see value from other people. And I'll give you an example, perfect example. And y'all know I'm always find a way to put in mangoes. Yeah, she says, give thanks. Yeah, give thanks, Walete. Nice to see you tune in. And those of y'all who don't know Walete Sion's music, just go on YouTube, put in Walete Sion, and you'll hear some nice reggae dub music and some nice vocals. Very, very good music. So, and I might play some of her music for y'all as well, so y'all can hear, everywhere I go, she had a tune with everywhere I go, So I'll give you an example. Jamaicans, when it comes to the mango game, really know about 3 or 4 mangoes. This has happened like at my mango orchard. Jamaicans know mangoes to be mainly Julie mango, East Indian mango, Bombay mango, and then this other mango called like number 11. But most Jamaicans know 3 main mangoes: Julie, East Indian, Bombay. So if you ask someone their favorite mango and they tell you East Indian, you definitely got a Jamaican in front of you. Like basically, that's just tell me you're Jamaican without telling me you're Jamaican. If they say that East Indian mango is their favorite mango, or Bombay, or Julie, it's usually Jamaican. So I've had people from Jamaica come to my orchard and give a tour, and they're completely blown away that there's a mango called orange sherbet that tastes like orange sherbet. They're like, what? I thought, like, and I started explaining to them like mango breeding, and there's the coconut mango flavor. There's even seedlings of Julie, like Super Julie, Little Gem, Kerry mango. Like, they're just completely blown away. But what happens is that when you're just focused on like you and your block, you miss out on some of the developments of the rest of the world and how the rest of the world gets down. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what happens is that you start lacking empathy from understanding how other people do things, and you might just find out that you might like how other people do things a little bit better, right? Like so for instance, like even just in science, if you like are serious, like if you're serious in science, all science is based on measurements. Guess what? If you aren't versed in the metric system because you think you're from America and all you're going to deal with is pounds, it's over for you, because most of the world goes by meters, right? You have to understand, most of the world goes by kilograms and kilometers. And you start saying a mile, you start saying a pound, most of the world is going to be like, what are you talking about? So it cuts you off from the rest of the world when you are completely tuned into yourself and don't understand how the rest of the world gets down. That's why it's important to have empathy and understand how people do what they do, and to actually use that to inform yourself to be greater. You understand what I'm saying? Because like really and truly, like if your island only knows 3 mangoes, guess what happens if you're the first one to bring orange sherbet to Jamaica? Or coconut flavored mangoes to Jamaica, or citrus flavored mangoes to, yeah. So exactly. Bola Kaza says, I only know 2 mangoes. Yeah. And most people in America, you only know the Tommy Atkin mango, which is the grocery mango. And that's why I'm saying that, like, you have to have sympathy too. I sympathize. I sympathize. If you listen, if the only mangoes you know is grocery store mango because you think that's what mangoes are, you have not availed yourself to like what the rest of the world is hip to. This is why intelligence, like, is part of intelligence is actually learning how other people get down and what they do. You understand what I'm saying? And oh, we got the powerful Nzingas in the house, powerful artist, visual artist, teaching artist, poet, all of that, nutrition expert, all of that. Big up to Nzinga, you know? Healing Beauty Ritual says, would you say a cultured person is because they have been exposed to many cultures with openness and curiosity? Yes. One of the hallmarks of intelligence is intellectual curiosity. And actually, intellectual curiosity, Kevin James, belly full. Yeah, man, belly full mango. Some people know belly full. It's just big. It's a huge mango. He says TNT. That's Trinidad and Tobago. I got ice cream mango too. That comes from Trinidad and Tobago. You know, so once we start getting some fruit, Kevin, holler at me. Since you told me you're Trini, holler at me. Once we start getting some fruit from that particular tree, make sure you get a box of those Trinidad mangoes. It's called ice cream mangoes. They're beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Um, Kasha Ku says, finding out how the Hawaiians deal with breadfruit humbled me. I thought breadfruit belonged to Caribbean people. Ha ha ha. Exactly. The world gets down differently, yo. He says, Kevin James says, cool for sure. And Zinga says, have you had Nam Doc Mango? Of course. You see, Nzinga's talking to me the way I like to be talked to. Big up to Nzinga. She's starting to ask about mango, different mango varieties. And we can have a whole show about mango varieties. Yes, I've had Nam Doc. It's called Nam Doc Mai. It's from Vietnam. It's what they call a Indonesian flavor group. I didn't really like it that much, to be completely honest with you. And I know you're Haitian, so you're all about that. You understand what I'm saying? I.e. Bobo type vibe. So, you know, the Haitian mango, the mango francique, is a highly preferred and favored mango. The thing with mango francique, the taste is incredible, but it's very stringy and it gets stuck in your teeth. Now, there are mango varieties that rival and eclipse, because Haitian mango, what they call Haitian mango, but Haiti has more mangoes than mango francique. By this mango blanc, mango this, mango that, like Jean Marie. We can get into mangoes. You understand what I'm saying? But one of the cheat codes for mangoes, when you cut it open, is orange inside. That's the terpenes talking to you. That's a whole different type of talk. You don't even get me started. But the point of the matter is that there's different mangoes in the world. Some people starting to get into mango politics, mango subscription boxes. I want to try all these mangoes. No problem. I got you, Ebony. From you called in last time, you talked about Durban. We are officially homies. So don't worry. We get good fruit during this mango season like we got last year. I'll start shipping out boxes in June. Depends on how good the mango season is. And then Bola Kaja says, how am I going to get a mango educational box in DC? I ship all over the United States. The farm is in Florida, so you know the orchard is in Florida, so we just put them in boxes. 15 pounds. We were lenient last year. We did 15 pounds for $50 plus shipping. I mean, shipping included. So you ended up paying like basically, you know, $50 for 15 pounds of mangoes, and these were like top tier mangoes, not grocery store mangoes. So it's a whole different thing. All right, hold on. She says, I went to Mango Festival and discovered some Indian mangoes that blew my mind. I need to spend one mango season. Yeah. So there's the Indian subgroup. The king of mangoes in India is called Alfonso mango. We got that here. And then, you know, there's some other types of Indian mangoes. I have a whole section of Indian mangoes because I don't play when it comes to mangoes. You know what I'm saying? So Ebony says, bet. And then Ebony needs to call again so I can hear more about Durban. I have questions. So yeah, Ebony, feel free to call. No, it's $50 for 15 pounds. It was $50. Someone said $15 for 50. Yeah, so folks got questions about Durban, your time in South Africa, Ebony. So you can feel free to call. I know you had internet issues last time, but the community of listeners and watchers want to hear from you. So feel free to call. The link is above on the chat on YouTube and is also on Facebook. I want us to be clear on this intelligence thing because it's also informative to the individual. How much empathy do you have when you talk to people? Do you talk to people strictly from your point of view, or do you talk to them trying to understand their point of view so that you can have really meaningful conversation? That's intelligence and communication. You may want to know, how is it that you can tell that someone is actually smart as opposed from someone being trained? And so this is my rule of thumb. And I've been around all types of people. I've been around people who are PhDs in this, PhD. That's not what's impressive. It's actually how people explain themselves and explain ideas and the questions that someone asks. One of the ways to tell that someone is highly intelligent is the quality of questions they ask you about something that you know about that they do not. The quality of questions. So intelligence isn't always about someone talking about what they know. Intelligence can also be about the way someone approaches something that they don't know. Okay? So if you find someone asking you advanced questions very early in their understanding of something that you know very well, this is a very intelligent person. Usually their question will stand out from the average person who's just being introduced to the topic. So for instance, you start explaining electricity to somebody and you say, well, wattage is, a combination of understanding voltage and amperage, right? So you might say to the person, well, the wattage formula is, when you have voltage and you have amperage, right? So you would say that's a watt, right? And then someone who just wants to memorize will say, oh, okay, let's do some numbers, right? So you would say that wattage equals, voltage times current, right? Which is amperage, right? And it's called Ohm's law, by the way. So the intelligent person will ask you, the person just trying to get through will say, okay, V times I is W, which is wattage, right? The intelligent person will ask you, what is voltage? And what is current? What is the difference between voltage and current? That person who asked you that question is someone who's showing intellectual curiosity and they're trying to get a higher understanding of what you're teaching them. Most people, when you teach them wattage formula, will just write down voltage times amperage, and they're waiting for you to tell them what the voltage numerical value is and what the amperage or the current numerical value is, just so they can do the equation. But the inquisitive mind will say, what is voltage? What is the difference between voltage and amperage? Now they're challenging you, not in a bad way, but they're challenging you to explain things even further, because why would I want to know what wattage is if I don't even know what voltage and amperage is? And what is the difference between both of them? That's somebody who's trying to dig deeper. And then you can tell that this person has a greater intelligence than the people who are just writing down the formula. Do you understand? Intellectual curiosity is key. And one of the ways that we know about intellectual curiosity is the case of the zombie. Oh, you're still talking about the mango. Some of y'all really don't understand how serious this brother is about mangoes. True. Very serious. It's just about the finer things in life. And he said, I had to learn, I'm still learning how to be empathetic to other people. Yeah, it's a high sign of intelligence. And it's called also dialectical thinking. And healing beauty rituals and having actual desire to learn about others. Yeah. That's also part of intellectual curiosity. And I was just going over that with Brother Akhenaten when I was testing his battery. Yeah, voltage, amperage, and wattage, and all of that. Let's talk about the zombie phenomenon. What is a zombie? A zombie is literally a person who lacks intellectual curiosity. What do I mean by that? Well, a real human being versus a zombified human being. A real human being will show intellectual curiosity. So I'll give you an example. You tell a zombie, here's $20. I want you to walk down the street to the store and grab me a bag of oranges and come back. The zombie will go to the store, grab you a bag of oranges, and walk right back. The human being with intelligence will know that they're going to walk to the store, but on the way to the store, they may recognize the trees. They may recognize that these trees are flowering and those trees are flowering. They may recognize that, oh, there's construction happening. Isn't happening. Yes, they may see some friends or some neighbors that they holler at and say hi to and how they're doing and get more information on what's happening in their neighborhood on the way to the store. On the way to the store, this person is showing intellectual curiosity for their surroundings. The zombie just sees, I'm going straight to the store and straight back, and probably doesn't notice anything else. Well, the army and military, they want zombies because zombies are good for obeying orders. Intellectual curiosity is not good for obeying orders. People who are intellectually curious, the most intellectually curious people are the most rebellious people because they do not accept the party definition of anything. They want to find out for themselves. They're the ones who become the top science. They're the ones who decide that Newton's formulas are not a complete description of the universe, and they develop a theory of relativity like Einstein. And you'll notice that a lot of these people don't do well in school. A lot of our geniuses, in terms of humanities geniuses, didn't do well in school. Why? Not because they weren't smart, it's because they had intellectual curiosity and they were rebellious. You've got to prove to someone who's intellectual curious, who has intellectual curiosity, that the earth is round. They're not just going to accept it. So you would have someone like, Aristophanes, who they say was Greek, but there's proof that he was actually African. But we don't want to get into that type of politics. But do you know how he proved that the earth was round? He put shadow. He did sticks, and he looked at the shadows and how the shadows moved over time. And the way that the length of the shadows moved over time, it followed the formula for a circle and not the formula for a square or any other shape. So he was able to look at the shadow and it would start to form a diameter, the way that it moved, and you were able to do certain calculations and say, oh, the earth is actually round and not square because the distance of the shadows and how they move over time is the way a circle moves according to circular formulas of circles like pi r squared, those types of things. I don't want to get into, all that type of talk, but that's how he determined that the earth was round. So this person who determined this did not accept as dogma that the earth was round until you could prove it in some way. You got to be able to prove it in some way. If you're telling me that the earth revolves around the sun, you've got to prove it. Instead of the sun revolving around, you've got to prove it in some way. Most people will just accept it. That's why, and this is the same mentality that got people to accept that Fauci was actually a knowledgeable guy about health. That's what gets people to accept that Christopher Columbus was actually a hero, not someone who was lost. You won't look into it. That's what gets people to accept a jab that's going to save you, but it's by Pfizer, but you aren't going to do research on Pfizer to find out that they actually have been convicted for criminal activity in bribing doctors and falsifying lab results and phony marketing. You won't look at it because they know that most people are not intellectually curious. And so rulers prefer zombies over people with intellectual curiosity. That's why you should never, ever, ever, ever find yourself as someone who is a parrot, who is just repeating things. If you're going to tell me that Mercury is in retrograde, you need to show me that Mercury is in retrograde. If you're going to tell me that eclipses cause X, Y, and Z to happen, you need to show me that. If you're going to tell me that, the side of a triangle is measured by its hypotenuse and a quadratic theorem and certain equations, you've got to prove it to me. You understand? It is very important for people and children to be intellectually curious, because progress is only made with the intellectually curious. In intellectual curiosity, hold on. So we got the sister Healing Beauty Rituals Daily came in. Oh, wait, hold on. I missed some of this. Yikes. On the latest Fochi boat crash, we are surrounded by zombies. Yes, absolutely. Oh my goodness, firemen too? I don't know what she means by that. Over hundreds of years, many of enslaved POWs were programmed to lose their empathy. Yes. Well, here's what's very interesting. Actually, they were not programmed to, POWs, enslaved people were not necessarily programmed to lose their empathy per se. They were programmed to have unbalanced empathy towards their captors. It's called Stockholm Syndrome, right? That's what Malcolm X refers to as when the slave master would cough, the enslaved person would say, "Massa, we sick?" That means that you have more empathy or an imbalanced empathy towards your captor than you had towards yourself or your own people. And this is actually what people who call themselves ADOS, that's their affliction. They have imbalanced empathy because they don't have empathy towards Africans who were enslaved and tortured. They have, and Africans on the continent who were, enslaved. Some of them escaped. Some of them completely lost their villages. They don't have any empathy towards that. They just want to say Africans sold us to slavery, and they don't understand it as the same us as we. You understand what I'm saying? But they have more empathy towards their captor, the person holding them as prisoners of war. That's why they want to call themselves American descendants of slaves, not African. There's no African in their description. They have no empathy towards the identity of African, but they have empathy towards the identity of American. And that shows you someone who's actually a real zombie who has been injected with false empathy towards their captor, more than equal empathy towards the world. So when we talk about empathy, we're talking about garden variety empathy that's equally applied to the world around you, and you don't necessarily have more empathy towards one thing or another. You're actually looking at things on an objective level. Well, these people have been taught to have empathy with others at their own detriment and not even have empathy towards themselves. See, because they are African people, they'll tell you that they were taken from Africa, even though they say that they're not. But if you're taken from Africa, then you're African. Like, you were taken from Africa, right? So you're African. If you weren't African, you wouldn't have been taken from Africa. But they don't want to be African anymore. They want to be American. So they have more empathy with the American identity than they have with the African identity. So it's a fault. It's an unbalanced empathy, and they've lost self-empathy or continental empathy. They can't put themselves in the shoes of an African who's got this whole. And if you want to know how Africans had to deal with this thing, go watch Apocalypto. It's a story for all colonized people who've been colonized and conquered by Europeans. Like, yeah, we have our own wars. We might chase each other for so long, and there might be some stronger groups than the other that does horrible things. Like if you study Native Americans, study the Comanches. The Comanches were they rained terror on other Native Americans because Comanches, they mastered the horse. They were very brutal. They conquered many Native American groups until the Europeans came and ended up conquering them. Well, this is the story of everybody who's run across Europeans, because Europeans came with science, technology, and they were more prepared. Anytime someone can come into your country and conquer you, they came more prepared than you, because it's very difficult to beat people on land that they know. So it's actually quite a feat to go to someone else's land and defeat them and subjugate them. It's quite a feat to do it. This is not like anything you should take lightly. And when you're talking about world power, we're talking about these things. This is not like, it's not for the faint of heart. It's not at all. It's a high level thinking, high level science, technology, mathematics, physics, engineering of the day. And those are the people who win, not the people who are focused on other things that don't matter. I missed the beginning. Would the I mind explaining on empathy again? Empathy is pretty much the ability to see the world through the eyes of another or through the experience of another. That's what empathy is. It has nothing to do with sympathy, which is more like kind of feeling bad for somebody. But empathy is a form of dialectical thinking. What is dialectical thinking? So in law school, they teach you dialectical thinking or debate. And the hallmark to dialectical thinking is being able to understand usually the best arguments from the other side, right? So dialectical thinking, an example of dialectical thinking in a successful person in dialectical thinking, let's look at the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Dialectical thinking would be an Israeli being able to understand, not agree with, but understand the side of the Israelis from their own life experience. And dialectical thinking would be an Israeli being able to understand the frustration and the pathological rage that a Palestinian would have. But you see what's going on with their conflict is both sides have been driven to the side of psychopathic rage, that they no longer are able to think dialectically or to have empathy for each other. Not sympathy, but empathy. You'll hear the arguments that they make, both sides, and they don't understand that the arguments that they're usually making applies to their side too. Like they'll say, oh, Hamas is a terrorist organization, as if the Israeli government is not. They'll say, oh, Hamas and the Palestinians, they want Palestine to be free from sea to river, from river to sea. That'll set an Israeli or a Jewish off, because what that means is that they no longer want Israel to exist, because they're talking about the Jordan River to the sea, which is the Mediterranean Sea. When they say that, Palestinians basically saying that, like, I want the land that existed for Palestine before Israel was declared a state. Israelis will take that as, you want to wipe us out. And they'll say that that's terrible to say that. But the Israelis will not acknowledge that the Likud party charter. So I'm just trying to explain this to you, Walete Sion, and just to get you to understand, get everyone to understand. The Likud party charter, which is the ruling party of Israel right now, which is Netanyahu's party, it says in their charter that Greater Israel is to be attained from the river to the sea. Like they're actually doing it. While Palestinians might chant it, the Israelis are actually doing it. They've been doing it, and they have a long-term plan, and they've been encroaching on Palestinian land like since 1948. It's a long-term plan. Like, we're hip to it because those of us who recognize patterns, we know what you're doing. You want that whole land for yourself. And I know why. Because of your history. You've been kicked out of every country. You want a country for yourself. You want to be able to go. We went over that. If anyone's really interested in that, There's a whole thing we did on Israel. I went over the 1500-year history of Jews being kicked out, and people saw it and they were shocked, like being literally expelled with the shirts on their back in multiple countries for the last 1500 years. And World War II was the psychotic break for them. They couldn't take it anymore, and the men didn't feel like men anymore, so they feel like they got to have their own country. The only problem is, which is the usual problem of settlers, there just happens to be people there already. You know what I'm saying? They say, oh, you don't want Israel to exist. And the Palestinians like, we don't care whether Israel exists. It just can't exist on top of us. Like literally Palestinians, like, you got to go. People who've been kicked out of their own countries, like Poland and Germany and Czechoslovakia and all the long history, they literally kicked out Palestinians from their house. The reason why I know is I have Palestinian friends whose parents and grandparents literally got that knock at their door and said, you got to go. And their house had to be evacuated. And then an Israeli family took the house. And what I mean by Israeli family is the right of return for all Jews, like literally from Russia, could come and get a house of a Palestinian. You don't think that that's going to make someone go into psychotic rage? It's because you don't have empathy, because you just care about yourself and your plight. And we got to have this land because if we don't have it, another Hitler situation may happen. And that's where they're at in their mind. So any criticism, anything, they think that their existence is on the line. And the only problem is, damn, there are people there already. That's the problem that, you know, European Australians had. That's the problem that Europeans had when they came to America. They said, we're fleeing persecution, religious persecution, and we want to be free. The only problem is we want to be free on top of people who already exist. You understand what I'm saying? So we've got to understand empathy is very important for intelligence. And without empathy, you create long-term problems that you never, ever are going to be able to solve. Okay? You've got to understand where people are coming from. Okay? Bolakaja says, I meant no empathy for the enslaved worship of the, yeah. So they see the world through the eyes of the enslaver. That's why Black people in America call each other nigger. Because of the empathy for the enslaver. You see the world through their eyes. We didn't call each other nigger. We didn't do that. And, you know, let's not play any games, right? Like, oh, nigger's different than nigger. No. Just like when someone says, I'm going to pull the trigger. They might not say the hard E, but trigger and trigger mean the same thing like nigger and nigger. It's just that you think that it's cooler to say it that way because Black people never learn how to pronounce English properly. We're the only people around the world who've never learned the colonial language properly. And that's part of, I think, our DNA fighting. Like we'll develop patois, we'll develop Creole, we'll develop Ebonics. We are never going to speak the colonizer's language perfectly. I mean, I seen like, you know, like people who's like Black folks who's like anti-Black or like speak properly and this and that, and they still make grammatical errors. You understand what I'm saying? Because that Ebonics is strong. Like I'm talking about Black people who with PhDs who don't want to identify Black. They'll still say like, you understand what I'm saying? They'll say like in Pacific. Like, you know, not specific, Pacific. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, we are who we are, no matter how you try to dress it up. Like Black folks are Black folks, you know. It's just like, just embrace who you are, yo. Empathy. Okay, so someone says, yeah, so empathy, yeah, worship of the enslaver. Yeah, when you just see the world through the enslaver's eyes. So, you know, the way we learned to call each other nigger was, get back on the plantation, nigger. And then, you know, the other Black folks will say, yo, nigga, you better get back on that plantation. Like we learned it from the slave masters. We just, you know, we're using words that they used to call us or still do. And we think we made it cool, but the joke's on us. You understand what I'm saying? Like there was never an agreement for Black people to say, that's what we're going to call ourselves. No, it was It was something that we habitually did because we took the cue from the slave master. That's why the beauty standards was always like light skin, anything closer to the slave master, right? Or the conqueror, like seeing the world through their eyes and not through ours, right? No empathy for ourselves, but more empathy for the slave master. And there's a whole process that goes with that. And that is actually what you do to a zombie. When you zombify somebody, they have no intellectual curiosity and they are no longer useful to you because of the fact their intellectual curiosity gets in the way of programmed activity that is desired, that is resulting in you maintaining power. So that's why all systems of power prefer zombies than people. I mean, even scientists were made to be zombies, like Galileo, when you're saying that the earth actually moves in a different way, and they wanted to kill him in Italy. Like literally, they were one of the most brilliant scientists. Like people should read up on Galileo. He was actually quite brilliant. I read up on everybody. I read up on everybody who's considered to be brilliant, and I try to come up to conclusions. Were they really brilliant, or did they get it from other people? Galileo was a brilliant guy. Leonardo da Vinci was a brilliant guy too. I mean, we should study these people. And they were threatened. A lot of their lives were threatened because they were saying things that the church didn't want people to. Like, the earth has to be the center of the universe because we are the children of God. So if God exists, of course we would be the center of the universe because we were made in God's image. And if you say that the earth revolves around the sun along with the other planets, and we're not the center of the solar system, then you're actually taking apart our doctrine. And so we can't have that. And so, many people have been killed by going against the central theories that are espoused by those who are ruling. We saw it during the pandemic. There's doctors who lost their licenses because they refused to give people a jab. There's doctors who lost their licenses who refused, who gave people ivermectin instead of remdesivir. They lost their licenses. There's doctors I know who, they were sanctioned. They were stripped of their medical license because they didn't want to go along with the Fauci regime. This is real talk. This happens to intellectuals. This happens to people who are intellectually curious. There is a price to be paid for being intellectually curious in a society where zombies are preferred. Okay? All right. Kai Wilson, the great Kai Wilson, says, I will sell my American citizenship to a wanted buyer. I will trade for an African passport or almost any other melanated country. No problem, sis. Holla at me, and we can try to work out that citizenship thing for you. Sierra Leone, you can get citizenships. Rwanda, you can get citizenship. You just have to show that you are someone with special skills and talents, of which you definitely have, my sister. So if you're serious about it, we can make it happen. And I could tell you this right now, just book a plane flight to Nigeria, and I got some people you can call. You can get you a nice passport quick. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. I'll be your plug. Don't worry about that. If you need to get a passport from an African country, which I suggest everybody do, there's ways to do it. There's links to it for it to happen. And it can happen rather quickly. Okay? All right. Someone says Stockholm Syndrome. And the sister Kai recognizes where the wind is blowing. Like, she's recognizing patterns. That's one of the attributes of intelligence, right? She's recognizing the pattern of where America's going, and she wants to get the hell out and start moving around. You understand what I'm saying? Which you're going to have to do, because if they're telling you that the two best people to offer leadership in America is a guy who's got one foot in the grave, who can't ride a bicycle, who can't put together a coherent sentence because he's just basically he's suffering from dementia. Let's call him Joe Biden. And then you've got an egomaniacal megalomaniac. Let's call him Donald Trump. That's the two best people that they have to offer for American leadership. then you might want to start looking at other passports. Real talk. Bolokaja says, is truly a great feat when the vanquished had no idea what to prepare for. They did not know what was pouring out of the ice once it thawed. Exactly. Healing Beauty Rituals Daily says, some folks that take that stance, I feel, are standing on the right to land in America. I'm not clear what you mean by the right to land in America. Oh, to have land in America. Okay, yeah, that's good. But just for selfish reasons, don't spend too much money on land in America, because if you buy land in America, you're just renting. Like, if you're going to live somewhere, yeah, it's good to buy the land, but like as like a thing that you do with your money, well, what happens in terms of investments is that like you always are paying property taxes, which means that you're renting land in perpetuity. In Africa, most African countries, there are no property taxes, and you get more land for your money. You understand what I'm saying? And once you pay for that land, it's over. It's done. You're not paying like every 6 months a fee to live on your land, which is called a property tax. Okay? So just for the sake of being greedy, money, you might want to look at buying land in Africa. Hint, hint. All right? To spit them facts, yo. Yeah, I'm gonna spit it. Listen, this is the thing, man. I'm always gonna soak. Whenever I talk, I'm gonna soak you with ism. Oh, and somebody texted me and said, Heru, you talk about ism. What is ism? She actually said, Heru, what is ism? Whatever it is, I want some of it. So ism, you know, you would hear ism, like most people think isms like racism, sexism. There's different types of isms. There's stoicism, there's lyricism, there's different ism. And ism is just a conceptual framework to look at the world. And so you could be dealing with racism as a conceptual framework. You can look at lyricism, your approach to writing songs through words. So you say this person is heavy in lyricism. And ism is basically philosophical approach to seeing the world. And so when I say that I soak you with ism, I'm actually giving you ism by defining ism. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Let's spit them facts. NW people had no idea that the ice had done to the minds of those desperate disease hordes pouring out of the Caucasus. It was an excellent discourse. I think Healing Beauty is talking about probably the Israel discourse. Didn't Galileo get killed? Yeah, he got jailed for that. All the so-called witches were killed. Rasta Funk says, Kai Wilson, I will be in touch when I'm ready to roll. She's talking about the passport situation. Twyla Hurd says, did you receive my email? I think she's talking to Kai Wilson. And she says, I think so. And Twyla Hurd, Kai Wilson responds. She says, I think so. Let me check now. Sorry, I responded to someone today. Thought it was you. Okay, cool. I think she's talking about the whole Bitcoin conversation when Kai talked about Bitcoin. We see what's going on with Bitcoin right now. Everything we're talking about is appropriate and timely, y'all. Like, these are not like low-level conversations. And that's why people keep hitting us up with the Cash Apps. And just let people know Cash App is just $ herbal results. It's really just about showing reciprocity and encouraging me to keep doing what I'm doing. That's all it's about. And also keeping score with each other, that we are actually showing appreciation for those who would give us some type of new leases on life and new understandings and useful information. I mean, I could do celebrity gossip, but that's not me. You know what I'm saying? That's what everyone else does. And I don't find it that interesting. And celebrities are really trapped in there in prison, and we get to find out what they did to become celebrities. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play a video of a guy named Dom Lucra. And he's going to talk about a record contract and what he was asked to do to get this record contract. I follow him on Twitter, um, and I want y'all to check this out. I want y'all to listen to this. All right, I'm gonna play this for y'all. This is gonna be extremely interesting, and I want y'all to pay attention to this. And it brings into perspective these people that people like to worship as celebrities, and you have no idea what they had to do to become celebrities that you see people worshiping. And when you figure out what they had to do, you may not think so highly of them. And then you might ask yourself, would you do what they had to do to become the chosen people to have people worship? I mean, everyone's seen it. Like whenever, Beyonce drops an album, all of Facebook talks about it as if they're Beyonce's I always wonder, like, man, you all should like try to get paid for her PR campaign, like on her PR team. Jay-Z drops an album, it's the same. You know what I mean? Like it becomes the talk of social media. Like average people that that I know, like it becomes all their conversation. So I want y'all to listen to this guy. This guy was a manager of musical artists who represented different musical artists, and he talks about industry rituals. And I'll tell you a story. Maybe I'll do a story time. Y'all ready for story time? I'm gonna give y'all a story time. Let me know if y'all want story time before I start. Y'all want a story time? Let me know before I play this. Who wants a story time? All right. All right. People saying yes. They want story time. All right. Said love the story times. Story time. Okay. I'll give y'all story time. Okay, people loving the story time. Okay. So your brother, absolute dope story, son. Okay. Your brother Heru in 2000, 1998, 2000, I was a practicing lawyer, right? And I lived, when I first moved to Miami, I lived in South Beach. And I lived in South Beach for a few years. You know where South Beach is, like the kind of like the entertainment capital of Florida, pretty much. Now, I was gifted a suit. It was this nice, beautiful gray suit with this beautiful by the lawyer who allowed me to work in his office and gave me office space. Those who want to know the details of that story, that's in the very first live that I did 2 weeks ago. I went into detail on that. And he gave me this really beautiful suit. It was a very expensive suit. And when I used to wear that suit, women would go crazy, right? Very handsome in that suit for whatever reason. But whenever I would wear that suit, like the sisters listening, you know that there's a certain dress you wear that when you put on that dress, it's on and popping, right? So there was this suit that I would put on that, like the clerks of the court, they would do whatever I asked. The female clerk, they would see me walk into the court and I didn't know which papers to file. They'd be like, hey, what you need, baby? You know what I'm saying? And I would put on that suit because it just got a certain response. So one day I had the suit on and I'm in South Beach. And I think I was just walking to the grocery store. I had just come back from the court, but I had the suit on. And I'm walking in South Beach, and this woman pulls me aside. And she goes, hi, do you live around here? And I was like, yeah, I actually live down the street. She said, oh, so you're not just visiting? No. I said, what's up? You need directions somewhere? She says, no. I think that you're a beautiful man And I'm like, wait, hold on. This is like an old woman. I was like, nah, this ain't no rent-a-dread thing like what they got going on in Gambia. I could tell y'all about Gambia too. I got story times about Gambia all day long. It's crazy there. Like in Gambia, you got 75, 80-year-old decrepit women, European women that they look, I mean, they look like corpses. And they're there with like strong dreadlock black men loving up on them. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. It's the craziest thing. Anyway, so the woman's like, I think that you're a beautiful man. And I said, oh, okay. And I'm trying to see where this goes. She goes, I own a booking agency for models and actors. And I think that you would do very well. What do you do for a living? I said, I'm a lawyer. She goes, huh? So that means you know how to speak pretty well. You probably would do very well. Can you come tomorrow evening to this address and, take some pictures and read a script? She said, I just saw you and I had to talk to you. I said, okay. I said, I'll come. I just want to see what's up. I'm not nobody turned down no gravy. You understand what I'm saying? So I go. And she says, wear that suit again. That's what she says. Wear the suit again. I said, yeah, I'll wear it. That's cool. So next day I come, put on the suit. I go there and there's a bunch of like model types waiting in the lobby, and they let you in. They start taking pictures of you. They start videotaping you, start asking questions. And she tells me, I'd like you to read this script. And it's like some script, right? Like what it was like I had to say, like I had to read some parts of like some type of romantic script for something, right? And when I did it, she was like, you're good. You're really good. That was really good. Here, read this one. She's like, oh, huh. You ever gone to acting school before? I said, you know what? I've taken drama when I was in university. I did take drama, and I've been in a couple of plays. She says, huh, that's very interesting. She goes, hold on a second. She gets on the phone and she calls. She says, Ronnie, I got one. This is what she's in front of. She says, Ronnie, I got one. He's perfect. He's perfect, Ronnie. Great voice, great everything. Da 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 da. Just trust me on this, Ronnie. And then she goes, hey, do you want to speak to the casting director for The Young and the Restless? That's Ronnie. They have a part for an African-American male who would be a love interest of one of the main characters. Would you like to speak to him? And I'm like, damn, Young and the Restless, I remember that, but like I never really watched it. But like, damn, the homie's gonna be big time now? That's crazy. So put Ronnie on the phone. Like, hello? And then Ronnie gets on the phone. Hello, my dear. I hear that you are quite the rave. And this is a man. And I'm like, huh? And he goes, hello, my dear. I hear that you are quite the rave. How soon can you come dine with me in Cali? And I'm like, because what Veronica says, this is the name was Veronica, because me and Veronica have been working for 30 years and she's never been wrong. She actually got me Christophe St. George. So that's a soap opera actor, right? And I'm like, or St. John or whatever his name is, right? He's a soap opera actor. And he's black. And she says that you'd be great. And he's talking this real effeminate voice, this real effeminate accent. And I'm like, I'll talk to Veronica. And he goes, okay, my dear. That's how he's talking to me. He hangs up the phone and she's like, listen, this is a great opportunity for you. This is going to be great. What I want you to do is we want to take some other pictures of you. Do you mind taking your shirt off and we want to see, how fit you are. And we have our makeup person and this and that. And so they put me in another room with this makeup person, and it was this homosexual dude. He was like, "Oh, darling," like talking like crazy, and I'm like, "What's going on here? This is crazy." And I just left. I said, "Nah, man, this is not my energy, man. I'm a Pan-Africanist." You know what I'm saying? Nah. Nope. I'm born in Africa. We don't do that. That's not how men sound. That's not, no. You understand what I'm saying? I call my mother, tell her the story. Of course, my mother's like, "Go do it. You could be famous like Denzel, but cut your hair so you can look like Babyface." This is my mother, because that's her angle all the time. Cut your hair. That's a whole different thing. You're gonna be a movie star. My son's gonna be a movie star. My mother's hype. And my father's on my father's on the phone. He's laughing, and he goes, "What happened?" I tell my father, and I'm like, "Yo, I can't mess with these people." And my father's like, "I understand." He's like, "Oh, I understand, man. If you don't want to do it, you don't want to be around that type of that." Yeah, I get it. He's like, "I'm happy you said that." So my father's like, "Yo, don't even," you understand what I'm saying? "I ain't mad at you or nothing." But my mother was like, "Hype," and she was actually telling her other sisters, aunts, and so when I would come back home, my aunts would be around me and be like, "My nephew, the movie star." Like, they'd be on that type of energy. I'm like, "Nah, I didn't do it." And they're like, "Why didn't you do that?" I said, "There's an energy I don't want to be around. I'm not in that type of energy. I don't want to be in the entertainment industry." You understand? Now, she called me the next day. And she was like, "Look, you can go to California, and I'll give you a heads up. If you get the part, it's starting at $30,000 per episode." And at the time, I'm like, "Well, that's not moving me. $30,000 per episode. That's not enough for me to be around that type of energy." Because at the time, even now, like, I'm into roots. This is what the importance of culture is. This is why culture is so important. I'm a roots man. Even though I'm a lawyer, I'm into roots and culture. You understand what I'm saying? What I look like burning a fire on these people, and then being around these people and working and getting a check for $30,000, like, I wouldn't have felt comfortable. I had too much into the identity I already developed, and what my culture had already inculcated in me. Like, men are men and women are women. There's no line between that. And that's part of the problem with America right now. You don't know who's a man, who knows. Bob Marley said, "Can't tell a woman from the man. They are dressed in the same confusion or the same pollution. Their mind is confused with confusion. And to their problems, there's no solution. They become a midnight raver. Please don't let me down." Bob Marley let you know what it was from the beginning. So because I had all of this, I was inoculated. From wanting to go into that world for $30,000 an episode. Because at the time, I was good. Like, I didn't like practicing law, but I was living good. I was living on South Beach, going to the beach every day. Like, you weren't, like, my life was fine. Like, I didn't need more. Like, cool, I'll take 30,000, but it has to be on my terms. Like, I'm not going to be 30,000 to be, like, around these parties that I don't even. And the other thing too is I'd gotten a quick immersion in the difference between European white culture and Black culture. And that's a story time within a story time, and I'm going to give it to y'all. So, wait, people, yeah, Pops is a true G. Yeah, for real. Nobody want to be around that type of fuckery. Healing, yeah, real talk. Let me see what that was. So look, when I went to college, yeah, she didn't know about the Batty Boys, exactly. Healing Earth Ritual. Rasta Funk was laughing. Yeah, man. Um, Look, I found out early when I went to college that like what how like white folks party and how black folks party is different. Like their idea of a party is different. And the Veronica was like, yeah, you get to attend certain parties and this and that, but I had already known with these folk like what they call them parties. So for instance, to me, a party, like when black folks party, a party to me is like there's no party without music. You understand what I'm saying? When the white boys was partying when I was in college, because I went to a predominantly white college, I went to Tufts University in Boston, right? And white boys, some of the white kids would like come to me and they'd be like, yo, dude, there's a party tonight, dude. You should come, dude. You know? Like one kid I was doing a chemistry lab with, because I used to do chemistry, and he was like, dude, you should come, dude. It's like, really, dude, I won't take no for an answer, dude. I'm like, yo, I'm like, all right, cool, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come to your party, man. He said, yeah, man, it's at the frat house, dude. It's gonna be a wild time, dude. Right? I go to the party and I'm like, when is this dude? And he sees me. He goes, yo, dude, come here, dude. Come party with us, dude. And I'm like, yo, what's up? When does the party start? He said, this is the party. And the party was, so when you go to like white boy party, what they must have is they have a keg and they have a red cup. And the red cup is the alcohol they're drinking, usually from the beer keg. And what they do is they stand around. The keg is the sun, or some Galileo shit. The keg is the sun, and they circle around it, and they pour the alcohol, and they stand around in little pockets, circles, men and women, and they drink and they talk. And that's the party. And every now and then they'll drink and have drinking parties, like drinking challenges. And every now and then, when they're feeling real good, inevitably, a white boy or white girl will go, woo! That's the heights for them. That's the heights. Woo! Yo, these people are wild. I'm like, what are they doing woo about? And to get together with each other, like I didn't understand that alcoholism was such a big part of white culture. I didn't know. Because the next morning they'll be with each other and they'll be like, dude, I was so trash, dude. Dude, I was more trash than you, dude. And they'll slap each other five, like, you understand? Dude, I was so trash. I threw up all over the place, man. I fainted on the couch, dude. This is how they talk. Like they're trying to one up each other on who was more drunk. But one thing I give them, they showed up to class on time. And then I found out it was coffee that they're addicted to. So in the morning they would drink coffee. I didn't know because I'd be tired as hell. We were doing a whole different type of thing. We weren't at these people's. We weren't like drinking and getting drunk and passing out. We were trying to nice up the honeys. That's why we stayed up late. That's how the brothers stayed up late. We were trying to nice up the honeys. We were giving lyrics. We were trying to drop ism to the honeys. So we was up late trying to work all of that out. And then before you know it, it's 8 a.m. You got to go to class. But I didn't understand. I'd be so sleepy in the morning. I didn't understand that these drunk ass white boys were showing up for 8 a.m. classes, chemistry lab, because they were addicted to caffeine. They would just pop, their coffee in the morning to be able to make it to class. And I'd be tired as hell. Now, what I found out was for white folks, a party, and so their whole thing was to get drunk and then talk to women. So the college, women would be there. They'd be getting drunk too. And so the whole thing was literally in a circle, you get together and all they would say to each other, the boys would say to the girl, like if you liked the girl and she liked you, the only thing you had to say was like, hey, you want to hook up? So hook up was their code word for like have sex or do something intimate. And that's what they called it, hook up. Like, and a girl would come up to you and be like, hey, you feel like hooking up? That's what that's how they got down with the alcohol. Hook up. Now, at the black people party, yo, the black people party is music. It's music is pumping. That's all I knew a party to be. And you grab a honey and it's just pure rubber dub. And really, if you in the Northeast, the party started when the reggae music dropped. They were playing the other music like R&B and the hip hop music. But then all of a sudden, doom 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 doom. What a bomb bomb that started dropping. Everyone grab each other, you start dancing. No, they don't dance. Someone said, like, do they dance? No, dancing is optional at their parties. But at the black party, all you were doing was you were waiting for the reggae music to drop. Do you know how valuable Shabba Ranks and Maxi Priest song was during that time? You understand what I'm saying? You were just waiting for the reggae to drop. And that was the party. And you get a nice honey, you go in the corner, and you start rubber dubbing. And that's what the party was about. And that's what I knew as a party. And I understand that these people party in a whole different way than how black folks party. So for them, alcohol is mandatory and music is optional. Whereas in a black party, music is mandatory and alcohol was optional. It was a whole different thing. You understand what I'm saying? It was a whole, exactly, false pretender. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. You understand? Them type of energies, them type of songs. When I hear those type of songs, I just smile because it takes me right back to like those days. You understand what I'm saying? All pinchers, hey gringos and pasero, you know what I'm saying? Make we want the bandolero, you know what I'm saying? Them type of tune. But they don't know nothing about that. And they just want to get drunk. So when she was telling me, yeah, Lowell, I gotta give you props for that. That was so hard that you came up, false pretender. That's the truth, man. False pretender. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Maxi Priest and Shabba. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, you know it. So anyway, when she called me, it's like, oh, you're gonna go to some parties when you get to California. Because at that time I hadn't told her no. You know what I'm saying? She said, you're gonna go to some party. It took me back to my college. Oh, so it's gonna be people drinking and that type of vibe. But then you've got people who have like gender confusion also in that vibe, and I just can't be part of that, right? So I told her no, I respectfully decline, you know what I'm saying? And to the chagrin of my mother. You know what I'm saying? She's like, you turned it down? How? Like, and then my mother's like, oh, you turned it down just because you knew I would like it. Because she had this thing about like, oh, you're doing everything that I don't like. Like, if I like something, you don't like it. You understand what I'm saying? So she's like, you couldn't do that for me and become like a movie star and be on TV. You know how happy that would make me? I was like, Ma, it's just too much. So anyway, that was story time as to how I almost became a actor in The Young and the Restless. So I want to play this for you all. I want y'all to check this out. I want y'all to pay special attention to this. And why this whole celebrity thing is not what it's cracked up to be. And it's important that your children understand what these people did to become quote unquote celebrities, and to let your children know that this is emphatically non-cipher. This is not what we want for our children, our people. All right. So who said what? Okay. All right. I want y'all to listen to this. And maybe you could play it for your children.
Started originally in Augusta, Georgia area, around North Augusta, South Carolina, where the Masters are held.
Hold on.
What was childhood like growing up? How'd you get into the space?
I started originally in Augusta, Georgia area, around North Augusta, South Carolina, where the Masters are held. They hold the Masters golf tournament, and I mainly was doing hip hop for a long time. From about what year was it? About 2014 to 2019. I decided
That's a
to
big
leave.
gap.
Yeah, it was.
Like that was like a lot changed in that time period.
Yeah, I witnessed a lot of it change, and I grew up in it. I really grew up through the hip hop. I was doing like every day from Fort Bragg. I would be working on my career with hip hop because I was VP of a label. So I never actually rapped or made music, but I was managing the artists, the models, and things like that. Okay. So I was just doing the business. I did that for a good amount of time and left it after 2017 after my trip to LA. We had a pretty good record label opportunity, but they just wanted to do some very, I guess I would say some weird activity just to get the contract. So we denied that, and I pretty much fell off the map till 20.
Sorry. No, Diddy, but can you tell us what the weird activities were?
It was Universal Music Group, actually. It was an A&R that we were working with, and it was through in Avalon. So, like, in LA, it's crazy how much the gangbanging culture is synchronized with the labels. They know the OGs, they know the big homies, and they check in with them. So before the big homie might send you up to the label, they'll have a conversation where they politicking on what's going to happen to you. And it was one of those things that we just had someone that was really looking out for us saying, hey, this is what it's going to be. You go inside the room, you got 3 options. You know, one of them was to have sex with a swan, which it sounds fake. You know, you wear these robes on, and you can choose to have sex with a swan with like 11 other men. The other one was
like wait. Stop the show. A swan?
A swine, pig.
Let me stop that right there. Did you all get that? That to sign the record contract, they told them that you have to have sex with the pig with 11 other men in the room. And what they do is they record it and they videotape you so that they always got something on you and they can tell you what to do. This is what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. And it sounds like that's what Diddy was doing. And it was actually seen in Black Mirror. And he's talking about a conversation that he had. So I want y'all to understand that this is real. This is not just like make believe. This guy's talking about it. And I follow this guy on Twitter, and he exposes a lot of things. But just check this out.
Wait. Stop the show.
Like a lot changed in that time period.
Yeah, I synchronized with the labels. They know the OGs, they know the big homies, and they check in with them. So before the big homie might send you up to the label, they'll have a conversation where they politicking on what's going to happen to you. And it was one of those things that we just had someone that was really looking out for us saying, hey, this is what it's going to be. You go inside the room, you got 3 options. You know, one of them was to have sex with a swan, which it sounds fake. You know, you wear these robes on, and you can choose to have sex with a swan with like 11 other men. The other one was
like wait. Stop the show. A swan?
A swine, pig, a pig.
Oh,
it's a pig.
Wait, actual animal?
Yeah, an orgy with an animal, but it's recorded. Now, the thing is, they don't really tell people that part. A lot of people that'll talk about like the gay sex, but there are other options outside of homosexuality, bestiality, just anything that could demean you. Like with women, they get like 15 some, you know, getting gangbanged by like 15 people. So it's got to be degrading, and it's got to be bad enough to where you would do anything to make sure that footage don't come out.
Wow. That's how they get you by the balls. Literally. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, you can even go. Well, my Instagram's banned now, but it showed back in the past from when we went out to LA, when we was at Sony, when we was at Universal, and just how my page drastically just start falling off because I just stopped posting and really being active in it.
Wow, man. Oh man, I have so many questions.
Me too, but
no.
Oink.
Okay.
It's crazy, but there are some people that can validate this. I'm telling you, it sounds crazy. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up.
No, I mean, I think if anything, the people will believe you more now than ever before, right?
Yeah,
like before this whole Diddy thing happened.
I gained nothing from saying this. Like it comes out to be false. What I gained from that? I'm already where I want to be. I gained nothing from telling the story right now. I gained nothing but everything to lose.
Wow.
I've talked about this, and people think I'm crazy when I mention this. When I remember how I talked about how gang culture literally runs Los Angeles, guys. It is entrenched in fucking everything. Like if you're not linked in with someone who, if you're black, I think with white people you can get away with this. Even if you're Latino, maybe not. But if you're a minority in general and you're in LA and you live there and you're a celeb there or whatever, and you don't have, I hate to say protection, but if you don't have a cosign from some street dude, whether it's a Blood or a Crip or somebody, bro, you're gonna get robbed at Rodeo Drive. Like it's just crazy, man. Like if people say you gotta check in when you come to LA. It's kind of true, man. I hate to say it
Politics like that,
but
yeah.
the gang politics run the city, bro.
Speaking of which, we
It's
need
wild.
to check in. When we go over there, bro. We need to check in ourselves. Holy crap.
Yeah, we'll be in LA actually this weekend, man. But yeah, there's now you guys know why we really don't like to go out there like that, bro.
That's
Like
it's toxic.
people think, but I didn't realize that it even seeps into the music industry from a executive level.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
thought it was
so
just
this is the thing.
like the artist level bullshit. I
the
didn't know
artist-
executive level shit
Yeah,
too.
then this is the different. I'm glad that you brought that up. That's brilliant. It
Yeah.
was for our artist, 106 Letters. It was for the artist. And because he was actually going viral on Spotify and YouTube at the time before it was really popular, through actually my marketing. It was called Mucho Caliente. It's a song that was about pretty much just fire, Mucho Caliente, fire for Hispanic. A lot
Okay,
of
it's a
Latinos,
Spanish artist.
completely black, but
Okay.
it was a song that the Hispanics had loved.
Okay.
So we pushed the song, and I don't know if you guys remember. Do you remember the Clown in the Wood era, like 2015-ish or something like that? I think it was 15. There was like Clowns in the Woods around October. They were talking about like killer clowns in the woods.
What the
That when that
My
happened, I
nigga.
created. I'm literally like you could actually. You might not
Okay,
believe
Bills
it.
remembers. Okay.
Killer
My
Clowns?
family's watching this right now. Like they can
Insane
really
clown
validate.
posse type shit.
I started it. Like the whole killer clown in the woods, like the whole conspiracy of killer clowns. Because every video with that clown, if you look at it, it would have my artist music in the background. So it would be video of clowns chasing people in the woods or whatnot, but I would put Mucho Caliente in the background. If you search on YouTube right now, you'll see in the comments, they'll say, here from Timbo the Clown, here from the clown era, here from the clown still to this day.
Wow.
What the hell?
They'll be
bro?
marketing.
Bro, I'll tell you this, man. I hate.
I mean,
clowns.
I put it on my
Oh,
mom's
yeah, you,
radio.
you don't like
I
clowns
hate
at all.
clowns, bro. I hate them like with
Yeah.
a passion.
It works though, but it was just about gaining the people attention and then following up. That's the main thing, is getting people attention, but maintaining, that's the hardest part.
Yeah,
So
that's powerful.
besides the gang politic thing in LA, which I've talked about that, I'm glad that you mentioned that. So 3 options. Okay.
Yep.
I guess hanging out with a pig, we'll just
Yeah.
say that. And then
And
what's the other two?
the second one was just homosexuality.
Something
The same
gay?
thing that you heard. You would
Okay.
have sex with one man
Okay.
and you get any drug that you want. I mean, it's pretty detailed, bro, to be honest. It's very professional. And they make the thing they don't like to
Oh, they like put it in a contract and shit?
Yeah,
all this
listen
stuff
to
is
this,
very
y'all.
clear and it's very transparent. Like sometimes people will get drugged, but at least in our situation, it was very transparent and very professional. You know, it's almost as if they want you to be as comfortable as possible. Like, you know, any drug in the world that you want, any type of substance that you need to make it easier for yourself, you know, and it's almost so much as this is what the cool kids do. Like they'll kind of portray it that that's what the cool kids do, that this is what you do in this club. This is how you play ball.
Did they mention any artist did it before you? Like, let's say for
They don't
example,
mention no names. There's no name drops.
Mm.
That
They
makes
don't, they
sense.
don't drop no names, no need. But the thing is, you know, you getting an offer, you know, it's a lot of people that took it. I mean, what's understood ain't got to be explained. You just start looking at the roster and you can start telling.
Shit.
I mean, these rappers, they get so high, they get so drunk, they so toe up. It isn't because they're bored. It's because of the things they did for that money. If you do ungodly things, you're gonna have to do ungodly shit to stay sober, like to stay mentally able to keep doing this without even committing suicide. They've done some things that no man can live with.
God damn, bro.
They're super drunk, super high all the time.
You know what's interesting? If we had had this conversation 6 months ago, they look at him like, "You're fucking crazy. What are you
Yeah.
talking about, Tom?
Yeah.
No fucking way." But this Diddy thing, I think another reason too why this Diddy thing has exploded the way it has, where you know academics is streaming and he's getting record high numbers, 30, 40, 50,000 people watching live. I think people have known that there's been this undertone where in the music industry, especially the hip hop industry, where there's been this weird activity going on, but no one can put their fucking finger on it. And then once they saw, wait, hold on, this lawsuit came out with Cassie. Wait, this lawsuit came out with this other guy that sued him. Wait, they're telling him do this stuff, etc. Now it's coming out to the line like, oh my God, the feds raided him,
Yeah.
and it's getting so many views because people have always had these allegations, had these rumors. And if we had this conversation a few months ago, people would say you're crazy. But
Yeah.
now I think people in chat are like, no,
The Muslims, it's rituals. There's Muslims, the Muslims that control hip hop. They do these rituals, and it's all the way back from the beginning of time. There's rituals. There's sex magic rituals, and it involves homosexuality.
Yeah.
It stems this energy. Everyone is vibrating in this room. Even our walls are vibrating and moving. Everything is on frequency and vibration.
Yeah.
They're very aware of that. There's certain energies that are let loose when you engage in homosexuality,
Wow.
and they're very aware of that, and including pedophilia. Pedophilia is very huge because of the energies that it emit. This whole thing is an energy game.
Holy shit.
That is gay.
Niggas in the chat know what he means.
Oh, kind of.
There's more, but I just wanted to play that for you all to give a sense of what the society is dealing with when you start worshiping celebrities and you start to see where the society is going. Because these people that you so much, these actors, these actresses. Um, you have no idea what they had to do to be chosen from the casting couch. And I knew that if I would have allowed myself to be part of the casting couch and gone to California, the types of things I would have seen and the type of things they probably wanted me to partake in would have been quite similar to that. And you can hear it in their voices when they're talking. These people have free reign to do whatever they want in the world because it's the world of hocus pocus, entertainment. And so you've got these people feeling like they are more powerful than anyone else on earth because they can capture the imaginations of people. So we have to be very careful when our children and people around us start spending an inordinate amount of time talking with celebrity gossip, because the fascination with these people is part and parcel with the power brokers who manufactured their success based on them doing activities that you yourself would never do. So these people who were brought into the forefront, all of a sudden, this person's got the number one album, or this person's a new hot actor in a movie. You don't know how many pigs that person had to lay down with. For real. This is real talk, y'all. And so it changes your mind about your favorite actors, the Denzels and all of these people. Like, they're in this world and you say, oh no, not Denzel. Why not Denzel? You don't think that he was ever confronted with these things? You don't think that he might have decided to? I mean, he's in every movie every year. What's so special about any of these actors that you see all the time in every single place on every single magazine? And some of these people just come out of the blue, and all of a sudden now they're the talk of the town. You don't think that they had to make some type of deal? They did. Absolutely. All of these, musicians that you might love, they had to make a deal based on money and their integrity. And then they're now controlled, and they can never say anything political or anything even thought provoking that is outside of the party line of the people who orchestrated their success, their fame, and also made them do degrading things. This is real. And what they'd use is they use the underlings as their fall guys, like the Puffies I promise you, the Puffy is not the top of the food chain when it comes to this type of activity, that he had a handler. It's clear. I mean, he was a federal informant. He's dealing with real power. They raided his house. Who gets their house raided like that and doesn't get arrested? You know what I'm saying? This is real talk, but it has real implications, and it's part of the conversation that we're having about zombies. Most people around you are completely zombified by the entertainment industry. And you see it on Facebook. And that's why I say that I tell people to try to get a Twitter account if you actually want to have a cheat code where you can follow people who are actually doing real things in life around science, engineering, finance, and creating a better world for yourself. Because you go on Facebook, it's just average, everyday people who are zombified. The most robust conversations you're going to have on Facebook is about celebrities and your opinion about a celebrity. You'll see it. Like I said in my past live, I did a test one day when Betty White died. That was probably one of the biggest. I've talked about Bitcoin. I've talked about reversing cancer. But the post with the biggest replies was when I said I didn't know Black folks cared so much about Betty White. And everybody, I had like 1,000 comments on it. But when I talk about, hey, herbal results, my company has reversed prostate cancer, endometrial cancer, brain cancer, lung cancer, all different types of cancer. And it's just like, oh, that's cool. Congrats. This is the type of world we're living in. Like, it's weird. It's a weird existence. It's weird. It's hard for me to keep level. That's why I have to laugh, because it becomes comical. You can't take, if you take things too seriously, you're going to get an ulcer and die. So I have to see the comedy involved in a lot of this fuckery. That's why I laugh so much. Like you see me laughing a lot. Like what else can you do but laugh? You either gonna laugh or you gonna cry. And I definitely ain't gonna cry. I'm gonna let these people steal my joy. I still like to be happy because there's a lot of things to be happy about. But like real talk, I can post about a celebrity tomorrow. Then the next day I can post about like literally I'm about to interview somebody, a woman who had 25 tumors in her body. She took the herbal results olive leaf extract for a month, and she now has only one tumor. 24 tumors have gone away. And I'm about to interview her, and I know I can post her results in her interview, and the interest that people are going to give me will only be usually somebody who has cancer or has a family member with cancer right now. But the general public, knowing that they know someone who had cancer or whatever, the response is just going to be like, whatever. But I can post about Betty White. I can post about a celebrity, and you will have people coming out the woodwork with strong opinions. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we live in a weird world. And it's a world of zombies who lack intellectual curiosity. And that's just the world that we live in. And all of us in some way have been zombified. Like in some way, all of us have been victims of repeating what other people have said to us or what the general society has said at some point in our lives. We've been victims of this. And so it's important for us to recognize it, not just in other people, but when it's happening to us. Like, why are we believing certain things that we believe? Like, have we kind of tested it for ourselves, or are we just repeating what someone said who we like and admire? So we just repeat it, and you see it a lot. You see it a lot. I mean, you see it like, you just see it. I have so many examples of it, who people who haven't done the requisite research to have the passionate opinions that they have about topic X. I mean, you'll see it like, and so one of the things that I do, and this is every Thursday, we do this or that. One of the interesting things about this or that is it shows me why people believe what they believe. So for instance, I'll give you an example, and this is shout out to Healing Beauty Rituals Daily. One of the questions was Stevie Wonder or Prince. And some people would say Prince, some people say Stevie Wonder. Like, when I state my opinions, I like to give chapter and verse. Now, as I'm talking about, I think Prince, and I stated my reason for Prince because I feel like Prince had more utility in my life. He helped me. You understand what I'm saying? He threw me alley-oops, right? But Healing Beauty Rituals was like, oh, hell no, there will be no Stevie Wonder slander. Like, she was standing on her business. But what she did was she came on and she gave us a list of Stevie Wonder songs that made her feel the way that she felt. Now, I appreciated that. I appreciated that because she backed up why she felt the way she felt. Some other people would just be like, yo, just Stevie. Stevie. And then you ask them to name a Stevie song and they're not really they may be naming the popular song, like I Just Called, Say I Love You, or Happy Birthday, or, the ones that are popular. But she was digging deep in the crates and gave me a great education on Stevie Wonder and a list of songs to go by. So it was like, okay, she put a lot of thought into believing why she believed what she believed about Stevie Wonder, because she actually did the research. She knew the albums. She knew the names on the albums. She knew everything. She was cooking. She really came and ate our food. She was cooking. She cooked and ate our food because she was bringing up Stevie we didn't even know about. So it's like, it's hard to compare if I don't have the proper education of Stevie. I had certain songs and I knew certain songs, but she was going deep in the crates. So it's like, I didn't know the full genius of Stevie Wonder to be able to say Stevie versus Prince. You understand what I'm saying? But this is what I'm talking about. Most people would just said Stevie and just stuck to his commercial songs and not gone deep into the crates to a real, what you call intellectual curiosity to back up the opinions that they actually have. And that's how you judge intelligence. You judge intelligence by, one, the questions people ask, and also the explanation that they give you and how detailed and thorough and thoughtful it is for why they believe what they believe. Now, you don't have to agree with them, because I still believe Prince over Stevie. And I listen to my Stevie and I listen to the Prince, and like I said, Prince, he said, I got the Jones, Martha. You know what I'm saying? It's different. He's talking to me the way I like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But at the end of the day, you got to know why you believe what you believe. And is it because other people told you? Or is it because you actually did a deep intellectual, curiosity based investigation where you're going to be able to give me answers that other people aren't going to give? And what you find out in this society, but here's the cheat code, because you have a society of zombies, if you display any intellectual curiosity towards anything, you will always be able to dominate zombies. You'll always be able to dominate zombies because zombies show no intellectual curiosity. They can't answer why they believe what they believe. It's just they've been told to believe this. But if you teach your children to have intellectual curiosity, they will always accomplish more, be more successful, be more powerful than their peers who have been zombified. So one of the ways that you take advantage of a zombie culture is to be intellectually curious, because when it comes time, when the rubber meets the road, you're going to be able to perform and get better results because everybody's doing the same thing while you're doing something different. So you're going to get better results because you showed intellectual curiosity. Big up to Adenoho. Adenoho. Yeah, exactly. You see, we're getting back to that Prince and, okay, wait. So let me put some of the comments up. Some of these comments are hilarious. People's giving, let's say, everyone's chiming in. Big up to Zakia Days. Okay. Yeah, Quora, as opposed to Twitter. And I'm gonna show y'all something about Twitter too. I'm gonna show y'all how to actually like search for like meaningful dialogue on Twitter. And I'll just show you all how to do it, and it'll change your life. Lowell says it's crazy, son. Zakia Day says definitely not weird. It has been the norm for a long time. Healing Beauty says sleeping giants. Rasta Funk says if you're on CNN and Fox, then black folks will believe you. You got to be certified. Yep. Defending the ancestral enemy. True. Bolakaja. Sister Walete says, funny, I was going to ask before the story time, do you think that folks trade their intelligence for something, anything? Yes, absolutely. And there's a detailed way to answer that question. I'll do it on another day. But in terms of how people believe what they believe, most people believe what they believe to the limit of which their belief does not ostracize them from society. There's a word for it. There's a whole science between, like there's a science of belief, and it's broken down in terms of like the epistemological framework of belief. That belief for most people is based on, I will believe and advocate something to the limit of which it begins to hurt me. If it begins to hurt me in whatever society that I'm in, I won't believe it anymore. And the great people of society, the great people of history have always been people who held on to positions irrespective of the consequences. And that's bravery. But most people do not display bravery, as you saw during the pandemic. Most people did not display bravery, intellectual bravery of any kind. They just had to go with what the society was saying was the thing to do because of the penalties were too harsh. Remember, you had to take a jab or you would lose your job. You had to take a jab, or you were not allowed to go to school. Some people said, I'll lose the job. Not everyone was ready to do that. So it's like you've got to assess how brave are you? Are you willing to starve for your beliefs? Yes, but then when you have children, are you willing to make your children starve for your beliefs? So it becomes very touchy. And some people are like, whatever, we ain't doing this. And they're not going to put jabs into their children. I'm saying, like, it's just like, you know, the debate about, and I understand it's the debate about those who jumped off the slave ships and those who stayed on. Who was braver? Who knows? It may have been braver to stay alive, right? or might have been braver to jump into the ocean, which is crazy. You don't know. But it requires bravery not to be a zombie. All right. Lowell says, don't forget Elder Bard, son. No, that's a whole different conversation. We're going to do this or that on Thursday, y'all. It's very fun. Those who tuned in last Thursday had a great time doing this or that. We had some serious conversations and very educational. She did. That's referring to the sister Healing Beauty. She coming in and cooking about Stevie Wonder. She says, hey, 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 Prince Shaba, Maxie are your allies. Yeah, definitely. Animals weren't striking curious pose for exactly. Prince in for Dub's Cry, he said, you know, he said what he said. You know what I'm saying? He said animals strike curious poses. They feel the heat between me and you. How can you just leave me standing? Hey, the world's so cold. Yo, Prince was talking. All right. Adenoho Cody Marty. So this is the brother who makes my clothes. This is him right here. Adenoho Cody Marty. You can find him on Facebook. See the name right there? If you want this type of drip, male, female for your children, holla at my homie, Adenoho Cody Marty, the legend of Ghana, the legend of Africa, getting people right. Anytime I'm in Ghana, he gets me right. He gets me right. And a lot of people have been asking, yo, where you get these clothes? And look at it. It's a long, it goes all the way down. You know, if I could stand up, long sleeve, you know what I'm saying? Look at the arms. It's done right. It's done the way it's supposed to be done. Like, look at that. And the price is extremely affordable. And these are real clothes. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you go to Ghana, Accra, you can go visit him at his factory. And it's a factory. There's people working in every room, pumping out these clothes. I've seen it in action. And so I have to salute the brother. He isn't just like buying clothes to resell. He's making them from scratch. You understand what I'm saying? And he's hiring people, employing people. So he's contributing to the African economy. These are the people who have to be celebrated. And my brother Cody, feel free to come on the show one of these times. You know, we can talk about your business so people can get to know you better, because I definitely want to promote everything that you do, because I come on always dipped out in Adenoho wear. So big up to my brother Cody Marty. Adenoho for life. Stevie Wonder still him though. Yeah, he's the man. I remember I played the night after I played Living for the City live in the studio. Cody Marty, facts. Zakia says, I'm just catching up with the comments. Tell me about cancer reversal. What are the steps? Body, what must first occur? What body systems must be addressed first, and why? Can you describe the process to us? What are the best prophylactic practices in life, in general, from birth to death, in a perfect world, and then in not so perfect world? I have more questions. Just trying to strike up non-zombie dead conversation. No problem. I'll cover that probably this week. But in the meantime, between time, you can get the book that I wrote. And the book that I wrote will give you some sense of my approach and why I've been successful in reversing cancer. And the book is called, this is the book here. I'm going to share it with you, Zakia, if you are very, very interested in this. You'll learn more than the average person. You'll definitely know more than oncologists who have an abysmal track record in reversing cancer. So the book you want to look at is this book. And I'm just going to share it real quick. I'm going to share the book. So what you want to do, and the people listening, and I'll, it's a topic that deserves more conversation. But this is what you want. This is the book. Let me get this out. This is the book, The Successful Eradication of Cancer Using an Intracellular Parasite Theory. I put scientific evidence in terms of studies where the medical establishment already knows that parasites are at least the cause of cancer, if cancer not being a parasite itself. And then I have testimonials of people who've reversed their cancer by eradicating parasites and using antiparasitics. And then I have the protocol that I've developed that has a three-pronged approach of starving parasites from their main fuel source, which is glucose, and then also glutamine, but that's a whole different thing. But glucose is the main thing. And then the second aspect is the immune system, is that most people's immune systems are shot. And the immune system needs four basic things, which is vitamin D3, K2, zinc, and magnesium. That's what the immune system needs. And I have all the studies that show it. And the immune system is what's responsible for keeping cancer at bay, because all of us have precancerous and cancerous cells in us, but the immune system is what actually keeps them at bay. And when your immune system starts to falter, that's when these parasites and these cancers start to proliferate. And then the third approach that we do simultaneously is by taking antiparasitics, such as olive leaf extract. You can take black seed oil, you can take fenbendazole, you can take ivermectin, you can take turmeric and turmeric and black pepper. You can take garlic. You can take ginger. You can take Artemisia annua, which is called sweet wormwood. You can take artemisinin. There's a whole list of things that I have for people in terms of what they can take as an antiparasitical, and I tell people to choose four. So you take four at the same time, and what we've been doing is we've been getting successful reversals in cancer. And if anyone doubts it, all you got to do is you got to go to herbalresults.net and just go to our testimonials page. Testimonials page is replete with real people, with video interviews, just like you see me talking right now, reversed cancer. And the way we keep score is no evidence of disease, which is NED. Not that it's in remission, but there's actually no evidence of disease. So you see these people here, stage 3 prostate cancer reversal, end stage esophageal cancer reversal, and they tell their stories. And they're all holding the olive leaf extract that they took. Stage 3 endometrial cancer reversed, prostate cancer reversed. And we're just collecting more and more information because we're keeping our own library, because we cannot depend on the system to do for us what needs to be done. It's called Kuji Chagalia, and I live quantismatically, 365. You understand me? So I can get more detail. I can do a special live just on cancer. Not a problem. So don't worry, Zakia, got your back. But hopefully I answered your questions in a very quick way, but it deserves a deeper conversation, which I will get into. But just remember parasites in cancer and also glucose in cancer, which means refined carbohydrates in cancer, okay? All right. She says, thanks for the shout out. No problem, Zakia. Cognitive dissonance was a new term I learned in 2020, definitely. She says, Zakia says, plus my understanding is that there's so much technology and advancement hidden purposefully. We are 300 years behind, actually. Absolutely. Military has technology way advanced that we don't even know, like the fax machine was used like in the 50s and wasn't really released until the 80s. They had internet before it was released to people. So what happens is the military gets technology before the general public. Cognitive psychology, my brother Cody March, she says, yo, you should have seen the genius of the hood when they were forcing those jabs. I love my people for real. That's a story for another time. Definitely. Bola Kaja says, I lost the jobs. I'd be damned if I willingly take their poison. Absolutely. Healing Beauty gives Bola Kaja some shout outs. Bravo. Says, daily love. She says, my husband takes herbal results, olive leaf extract daily. And Kai Wilson says, please don't forget to tell me about your lecture here in Atlanta. Yeah, I'll be in Atlanta. I'll be in Atlanta by this summer. So I'll be doing a big lecture there. So, I'll definitely let people know. The Atlanta crew come through, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know if anybody got any questions, but I think that this was a very informative show again. Tomorrow I got some things I want to talk about, and more story times, you know what I'm saying? Kai Wilson says she takes the olive leaf daily too. Yep, definitely. It makes a difference, We try to give our people the best. Like Lorraine Hansberry said, classical people deserve a classical art. What she's saying is that if you consider that your people are the best, you have to give them the best. And I certainly think my people are the best because I'm part of my people and I have to have a pretty healthy self-esteem. So whether I think my people aren't the best, I have to publicly say that they're the best. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But I do think that my people are the best because of what we've been able to accomplish through time before we were interrupted. Nobody else been able to build pyramids like us. 2.3 million blocks, 4 to 8 tons each, perfectly aligned to due north. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've accomplished some things that need to be discussed all the time, not just Black History Month. I'm talking about in the fields of science and technology before we were defeated and conquered. And a lot of people say, why do you say that? No, because I like to keep it real. Like, we were defeated as a people. It ain't over, but we were defeated. And the quicker we realize that, then the quicker we can get back to our senses to winning. Right now, because we don't want to admit that, you know, we think it's okay to like ask for fairness from unfair people. That's the tactic we've been using. Please treat me fair. It's okay, you keep your power. We don't want power. We don't want to rule over you. We don't want to rule ourselves. We just want you to treat us fairly within your society. And that is the highest aspiration for most Black people in America. That's facts. I've talked to enough of our people to know that most people do not want like sovereignty for themselves or anything. They just want to be treated fairly in America. But guess what? It don't work like that. Losing a war has generational consequences. And the only way that you can be transported from one continent to the next in chains is when you lose a war. It was war. Please understand that. It didn't happen like Africans just showed up at the dungeons and said, here, take me. It was struggle. It was fighting. It was war. We just weren't prepared. Our chiefs were not prepared. You know, you'd have thought some of them chiefs would have tried to seize guns and find out how they were manufactured. I mean, that's what was the great equalizer, because it's not like Europeans are stronger or more brave. They just had the technology to take it to the next level. But, you know, there's a thing called reverse engineering. Find out the technology, reverse engineer it, and make it better. If you don't do that, you will perish. Japanese knew that after World War II. The Chinese know that. Like, when are the Africans worldwide going to get hit to this game of power? Like, the most valuable people in African society are engineers. Nobody else. They're the one. They're the most people, and they're the most important people. And if you have a society that's serious in Africa, you would dedicate holidays to your best engineers and like name streets after them, incentivize them, pay them the most money, because they're the ones who build society. Mechanical, electrical, civil, chemical. Engineers make the world go round, and they take your society from a non-competitive society to a competitive society. Only if you can attract them and allow them to stay and thrive. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to stop saying this because it's not said enough. We talk about everything but the thing. We talk about religion ad nauseum. We talk about male-female relationships. Of course, family is important. But a lot of these families are falling apart because we're not coming from a strong foundation culturally or economically. But that kind of gets solved when Africa becomes an economic powerhouse. Right now, the use of Black people in the world is entertainment. We're just here for people's entertainment. That's it. We're very entertaining people. I will admit that. But entertainment don't make the world go round. The laws of physics do. And the laws of physics describe it very well. So one of the things that you do is you make sure that your children become comfortable with physics. Like, you know, I want to make sure that, like, whoever I'm around or whatever I'm around, because a lot of people ask me to mentor their kids. Like, could you mentor my son or what have you, and this and that? And, one of my things is like we have to graduate physicists, y'all. We do. They're the ones who study the laws of motion. Yo, mathematical laws of motion in time. You know what I mean? And how motion and time are related. So it doesn't stop. And y'all might think, yeah, Heru's funny, he's laughing and all of that, but I'm deadly serious. Pan-Africanists. I'm talking to Pan-Africanists now, so I don't expect much for non-Pan-Africanists. Big up, Lowell.
Yo, peace, King. How you feeling?
I'm on top of the world.
No doubt, no doubt. I think I have one of my. Have you playing from 2 different platforms to make sure you can have more views. I know it's only 1 extra view, but I think I have the. Let's see. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. What you got for me?
You know what? I forgot. What's the subject for this evening? Because you
can freestyle anything that you heard that was interesting or provocative to you. When we talked about intelligence, we talked about the entertainment industry. We talked about a lot of different things, man.
You slightly you mentioned Bitcoin, and in the process of mentioning Bitcoin, of course, when I think about Bitcoin, because I think it was something along the lines of like how the world always wants to say something negative about Bitcoin. It's the same thing how the world is always saying something negative about Tesla. So Tesla is having some situation going on with their brake pedals, but so is Nissan. So other manufacturers, but they're not going to highlight that because the world needs to see Tesla as something negative. If they see something Tesla is negative, then no one's going to purchase Tesla. But if Tesla goes through the degrees of success that we believe it's going to go through, more than likely, hold on a second. More than likely, give me one. Okay, stop. More than likely, Tesla will put AutoZone out of business, Advanced Auto Parts out of business, Napa. A lot of businesses will fail. It's just the same thing that happened when the first automotive revolution came through. All the veterinarians had issues because they couldn't keep horses. I think I learned that from you, actually. So then they had to find another way to make a living. So I don't think the world's prepared for that. They're always trying to say something negative about Bitcoin, and they're always trying to say something negative about Tesla.
Here's the thing about innovation, right? There's 3 levels of innovation and discovery. The first level is that there's a couple levels. The first, they ignore you. Mm-hmm. Then they ridicule you, and then they hate you, and then they accept you. You understand? So, like, to your point, the horse and buggy industry, when automobiles started coming out with prototypes, they ignored them, right?
Yeah.
And then they ridiculed them. And then they put out a lot of, and then they hated them by putting out all types of misinformation about the automobile industry. So, like, I have old newspaper clippings about cars, like, if you drive this, you're gonna blow up. Like, stay with you're gonna blow up because it's powered by gasoline, and you're gonna catch on fire, which is very analogous to what they said about Teslas and electric vehicles as well.
Let me speak on that too, because everyone is trying to say Teslas are catching on fire. A few have, but you have ICE cars are internal combustible engines. Those catch fire way more than a Tesla could ever catch fire. But they have to advertise that the Tesla is going to catch fire more because Tesla's going to destroy the automotive industry. It's going to revamp it. Like I said last week. Yeah, every customer
when a car catches fire, they'll say a Tesla caught fire. They won't say a car caught fire. But when like a Toyota or a GM catches fire, they'll just say car caught fire.
Yeah,
or they won't even report it. You get what I'm saying?
In most cases, it's not reported because they have to highlight whenever something negative happens with Tesla. They have to.
Oh yeah. You see, you know the playbook.
Absolutely, but But we already know what's going to go down though.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens to innovators. Anyone that's going to innovate something, remember that you are going to displace a whole industry. And if that industry is entrenched in the politics of the society, meaning that, like, because basically, America is a proto-fascist state. What I mean by fascism is that the marrying of corporate and politics. So the corporations basically buy the politicians. And that is one of the definitions of fascism. So it's actually a proto-fascist state where the regulators of the government who are supposed to regulate industry are actually in bed with the industries that they're supposed to regulate. So for instance, the FDA, a lot of people don't know this. The FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, is 50% funded by pharmaceutical companies. Half of their funding is from farmers, the same companies that they're supposed to rule over and regulate. 50% of their funding comes from them. So, and then they have a revolving door policy. Basically, you're the head of Monsanto, and you become the director of the FDA.
Lord of mercy.
So guess who gets exemptions? Yes, that's why with the whole vaccines, there's a whole different law for vaccines than other pharmaceuticals.
Son, they changed the definition of it.
But vaccines are exempt from being sued.
Yeah, all day, bro. Like no matter.
There's a special vaccine court for them. You know what I'm saying? And there's a limitation on how much you can sue them. Like they're pretty much exempt from lawsuits. Yeah,
I heard that you can't sue them at all.
No, they're exempt. There's like some statutory something, like in case they like really did some real fraud that they can't cover up, but they're engaged in fraud all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's par for the course. So that's what I'm saying. American fascist state. It's very hard to get. It's very hard to get a society to accept something new. Generally speaking, particularly if you have entrenched interests, people who were doing the horse and buggy business didn't understand that they weren't in the horse and buggy business. They were in the transportation business. You see, is when you have a myopic view that you have this view that doesn't really serve you. It's limiting. So if you'd have known that you were in the transportation business, you would have invested early in automobiles. But if you thought you were in the horse and buggy business, you would have hated on automobiles. But what they don't understand is that human beings are always looking for convenience and looking for something to do a job better. And that's a conversation we probably should have tomorrow on universal basic income, which is something that is coming up because of the fact that we're going to have artificial intelligence displace people from work, and you're going to have robots doing everything.
Son, they're not ready for that conversation, bro. They're not ready for that.
This is a conversation that we need to have because this is a big deal. It's a really, really, really big deal. The prices of everything will drop. All employers will hire AI. All employers will hire robots. You know why? They'll hire robots?
They don't get tired.
Not only that, you ain't got to pay for their health insurance.
You
understand what I'm saying?
Yo, that's true.
All employers will be like, give me that robot. You gonna pick up all the boxes here? I can get a robot? Of course they would do that. Like, you see? And here's the thing: me as a businessman, if I have factories, I would have robots too.
I
won't be able to compete. And people say, "Oh, but you're gonna displace people's jobs." Like, understand that the tractor displaced people from doing hand farming.
Yeah.
If you're going to compete in farming, you better have a tractor. Like I've seen people look, like in the Caribbean, I'll see people clearing a field. Instead of using a backhoe, people are clearing fields with machetes.
Yeah.
So if you have a business where you have a backhoe, and then another guy has a business where he has people doing manual cutting with machetes, who do you think is going to be more efficient?
Not the ones doing it.
What would you want? Of course. So machines are always going to overtake human labor. Period.
Absolutely.
And there's no way around it. You won't be able to compete. You won't be competitive. The question is, what happens when human labor becomes obsolete? That's a conversation that needs to take place that a lot of people are not thinking about. And I want to have that conversation, and I might have that conversation tomorrow about because universal basic income, bro, is about
That's
giving
about to
people,
happen. Like what is it? Like
and they've talked about it, giving people, everybody, a check for a
yeah.
certain amount every year, 50,000, 60,000, so that because when people are displaced from labor, now all of a sudden because prices are going to drop for everything, so
But
people are
there'll
going to love
be
it because you don't have to pay.
there's pros and cons to that though, because from what something that I read, it said that it brings families closer together, but then they lose a purpose. Like they don't even know what to do anymore
What's
because
going to bring families closer together?
if the father is at home and the mother's at home and they're getting this income together, the family's closer together. But
You
the
talking
man
about
doesn't really
America?
have.
You talking about America?
Well, they've done it in, I forget which country, where
No, no.
there was.
The reason why I want to be clear, in America, there's a things as fathers in the house. America, people
Yo,
believe in marriage in America between men and women and
it's
having families in
from what
America.
I've read, for the past 6 to 7 decades, over 70% of children have been raised in a single parent household, most of which are single mother households. I ran into a sister the other day, and as I ran into her, I meet her son. I see her son. I thought her son was a girl, and I'm looking closely. His locks look feminine. The way he talked, the way he moved.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like,
The male,
it's getting bad, man.
yeah, it's getting really bad. It's getting really, 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 really bad, and that's a whole nother stream unto itself. That's a whole nother live stream unto itself. But
That's
the
a whole
point,
yeah. Right.
but the point of the matter is that America's headed for demographic collapse. You know,
Absolutely.
anything that keeps the egg away from the sperm, and people are happy about it, and people develop their identities around keeping the egg away from the sperm. You're going to get demographic collapse, which means that you're going to have a lower replacement rate from death rate. So that means that the death rate is going to supersede the replacement rate, which is the new births. What you're seeing in America, the only thing that's keeping these countries alive, these highly industrialized countries alive, is literally immigrants. They're the only
That's
people
true.
really having children at a very high level because they know what's up. You understand what I'm saying? They know it's about man and woman and child. You understand what I'm saying? And having children is still seen as something honorable and preferred to do, to have a family. Like, it's important. Like, I knew for me, when I was a single man, I knew at some point I'm going to have a family because it's a requirement for my manhood. You understand what I'm saying? But that's because of my cultural indoctrination. You understand what I'm saying? Which I did some investigation on and figured out that was more than just an indoctrination. It was actually something about group survival. So I embraced it. And what's happening is that in America, there's no cultural values towards family, towards
None.
a father and a mother being at home there for the child. It's more about people's happiness. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's no sense of duty. And what
None.
duty means is that regardless of whether you're happy or not,
Or you have to do
going to stay and do your duty. The man is going to do his duty, and the woman's going to do her duty. And
Absolutely.
I mean, women kind of get away with the happiness argument more. Like, girl, why'd you get divorced? I wasn't happy. I hear you, girl. Now imagine men in a room of men, and you say to me, you know, why'd you get divorced, Lowell? And you say to me, man, I just wasn't happy. The men would laugh at you. Like, happiness. That's why you love, because you weren't happy.
I mean, you ain't a man.
Yeah, like men, like the happiness of men is a different thing. So duty is different, but these are things that we could talk about at a different,
absolutely,
in a different conversation. But
the
point of the matter,
but it's a conversation that needs to be had, though.
Yeah, we can have it, and folks can come on, and you know what I'm saying, and you know, some people are triggered, whatever. I welcome you. Come on and be triggered. It's fine. We can talk about it.
Real quick, Heru. I ran into I tried this with. I actually had this experiment from Saturday. One of my clients, Jamaican brother, is married. He was married twice. First wife, Jamaican. Second wife, I didn't know her race. She just said she's just very peaceful. She comes out the whip. It's a Filipino woman.
Mhm.
Who was telling me that her grandmother's first boyfriend was a black man, so you should date a black man. They're very kind and sweet and soft people. They respect women. So then she said that the first Filipinos in our country were African. They weren't the race that you see, the color that we are now. So I tested her. I said, "You need your husband?" She says, "What?" I said, "Do you need your husband?" She says, "What kind of question you asking me? Of course I need my husband." After that, I asked three black women, one of which was Haitian, one was American, one was African. I asked them, "Do you need a man?" All of them said, "I'm independent. What do you mean I don't need a man?" I'm like, and this is the training. This is the training that they're trained in this culture to not need their complementary opposite. Whereas women who are indoctrinated into
Well,
the role of what their
yeah,
biology
yeah.
dictates.
Here's the thing: it becomes a vicious type of cyclical thing because a lot of women would like to be with a man if they had good experiences with men actually being men and doing their duties. So what you've got
Yeah.
is you've got two delinquent parties that can't get along with each other, where the men don't want to be men in terms of the duties of men, being providers, being protectors, all that type of
Protectors.
thing. And
hmm
then the women also don't want to be women in terms of being nurturers. You know what I mean? Like,
hmm
I
And
always
being agreeable.
I always tell the story. And I told my wife this story. Um, I'll give you a quick story time, right? So,
Fire
um,
stories, bro.
yeah. So I'm in Washington D.C., right? And in Washington D.C., there's a huge Ethiopian community there. I don't know if
Yeah.
you ever been to D.C.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so like
I went to the Minuteman March.
yeah. So they have like Little Ethiopia, and there's a place in Adams Morgan. So they have a bunch of Ethiopian restaurants. A huge Ethiopian community, right?
hmm
And very beautiful women. And I'm at an Ethiopian restaurant, and I just saw the most beautiful woman that I've seen in a long time, bro. And when that happens, you start getting bothered. You start getting you start. I gotta talk to her, or things ain't gonna be right. Things
Yeah.
ain't gonna be right. I gotta talk to her. So
Mhm.
I leaned on what I could lean on, which was my poetry. So I wrote her some poetry in a napkin, something real nice, just on the spot, right?
Oh, it's a freestyle.
I had to do that. Come on, man.
Son,
Like,
yeah, and you can
yeah, no,
freestyle,
I
son. You
had
do
to
it
do
every
that.
night.
I
Yeah.
had to do that.
hmm
I had to use my powers for good. You know what I'm saying? So, so anyway, right?
This cat is
Right?
classic.
Yo, she was so beautiful, right? Very attractive. She's Ethiopian, and she's straight from Ethiopia because
Source.
her English was like very choppy, but she understood English and everything. She just speaking it wasn't so, it would be choppy. Anyway,
hmm
she read the thing, she read the napkin, and she melted. And then she came and she sat with me,
Wow.
right? Yeah, she sat. Oh,
That's
yeah.
fire, bro.
No,
That's
no,
fire.
yeah, but it's more. This is all. It's gonna get to your point. So she sat with me, and we started talking, and I'm like, I have to know you. And
hmm
she's like, why? And I'm like, it's the duty of every man to know a woman like you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the duty. No, seriously, like her beauty was
That's
so.
real
It's
talk.
like it's the duty of every man to love you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is how
Wow.
she's like. She's loving the lyrics. I'm just giving her ism. You understand what I'm saying? She's being
Straight ism,
soaked
son.
with ism, and so basically, she becomes my girlfriend. So anyway, we kick it, and like we hanging out. She's my girlfriend. All of that. I'm feeling good. You understand what I'm saying? Like she's very, very beautiful. This is not
Like
average. Yeah, this is
dime,
like,
like a dime.
yeah, she stopped traffic beautiful. But I'm used to that. I'm used to that.
Facts.
You seen what I work with. I'm used to that. You know what I'm saying? You see what I work with?
We just speaking facts, son. We just speaking facts.
Nah, you see what I work with. So
Facts.
I consider myself to be a curator of female beauty. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I had to have a very attractive wife. You understand what I'm saying?
I feel you.
I had to because I can't wake up and not be around beauty. That's one of my indispensable. That's on my indispensable list of happiness, right? I like to be around beautiful women. That's why women I've been with in the past, I'm still friends with, are very attractive women who stop traffic, right? So she was part of that, right? She was definitely an all-star. So anyway, she invites me to her place because she finds out she's fascinated by me. She's like, yo, what do you like to eat? And I said, one of my favorite food is Mr. Watt. And she's like, yeah, I make Mr. Watt. I seen you at the restaurant. I didn't know if you know, really, I make the best Mr. Watt. And I said, I love you so much. right. All right. So
yeah, that make a brother weak. You be like, oh.
Yeah, exactly, right? So she invites me to her house. She makes not only Mr. Watt, she makes kikalicha, gomen, all these, you understand what I'm saying? She gets the injera, the teff injera. She makes a meal, right? And I invited my older brother. He came too. My older brother's like, damn, you my younger brother, but damn, you a lucky dude, man.
Wow.
My brother's like, damn, right?
Food was that bad? The food was on point like that? And this is African food now, too. Different.
My brother, she just got to America like 365 days before. She's 100% Ethiopian. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Purebred.
Okay, so here's the deal. She cooks this meal. They got us just with the itis, right? And you know when you eat that type of a meal, when you just ain't mad at nobody.
Absolute.
Yeah,
Absolute.
like I ain't mad at nobody right now.
She put you in heaven. Yeah,
exactly.
She put you in heaven.
Exactly. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that she starts cleaning up. She starts doing the dishes.
Doing her duties.
No, but check this out. She starts cleaning up. I go into the kitchen and I start doing the dishes with her. And she looks at me and she starts crying. And she says to me, why are you doing dishes? This is what she said. And with her broken English, she said, why are you washing for the dishes? This is how she talked. She said, why are you washing for the dishes? You don't think I'm a woman? What she was saying was, you think I'm inadequate, that I can't do my female duties of cooking and taking care of everything? And you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is my role. Get out of the kitchen. You're disrespecting me, and you're making me feel like I'm incapable.
That's a woman.
Right?
That's a woman.
And I said, Africa for Africans. I said, Africa, listen, I said, Africa for Africans at home and abroad. Why you bullshitting? And I said, you know the next thing I said? You know the next thing I said? I'm so happy I'm a Pan-Africanist. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
If only people knew, bro.
I'm just as comfortable in Ethiopia as I am in Ghana. There's no distinction. My Pan-Africanism doesn't allow it. So it opens me up to these worlds. And here's the thing. Here's the difference. The difference is, if I was with an American girl, no fault of their own, it's just how they've been acculturated. If I'm washing dishes, guess what she's doing?
Guess what she's doing?
What is
She's
that?
watching.
What else does she do?
She watches.
But then what else does she do?
She might call her friends and be like, "Hey, my man's cleaning the dishes."
Not only that, in this day and age, she's gonna take pictures. Girl, I got one. He washing the dishes,
That
girl.
Yeah.
They celebrate.
Son,
So what I'm
Son,
saying is that
that's-
culture is everything. Culture is everything. Culture is different. And the thing is that there's a breakdown when the women lose a sense of duty and the men lose a sense of duty. What happens is we end up resenting each other silently.
Yeah.
And then it becomes loud. Because if the men don't feel like they have to be providers, the women also don't feel like they have to be nurturers.
Nurturers.
For her, everywhere we went, I paid for everything. So she knew that I was a provider. I paid for the food. She's like, that's what men's supposed to do. So
Exactly.
for her, cooking and taking care of the kitchen and all of that, that's her territory. Don't touch it.
Son, when you was in my spot in Atlanta, I was having I used to always have gatherings there. Hey, there was 2 Haitian sisters cooking in my kitchen. Food was smelling mad good. I goes in the kitchen.
Oh, Haitian food, were they making that banane pussy and all that?
Oh my God, du Jean. Man, oh my God, man. Of course we had some mangoes, of course. We had mangoes. That's automatic. Mangoes, oranges. I know you like the oranges too. We had some of those.
Yeah.
And
you had the Haitian rice and peas.
Oh, come on, man. All day. We had rice and peas, but we also had she cooked Jean too. So du Jean, that's my favorite, right?
Oh,
So I comes up in the kitchen and I'm smelling this food smells so good, son.
It's different.
So
it's different.
Son,
Haitian cuisine is different. It's nice.
It's different.
Yeah.
Son, I go and reach. The sister just look at me, puts her hands down, like she ready to square up. I said, "Is everything all right?" She says, "You can just get the fuck out the kitchen," like straight like that. And I'm like, "This is my place." She said, "This is my kitchen. When you come in here, you're telling me I'm not doing something right."
Oh, this was at your house. This was at your house.
This is at my spot. Yeah, and she was like,
with the kitchen, you were an intruder.
I was a big intruder, and she was pretty much telling me to get the fuck out. And I just looked at her. I looked at her short, like, yo. And then she was like ready to fight. Yo, when she got at my grill, you know what I did?
Right.
I backed the fuck out. She's like, "You want to eat, right?"
Yeah.
I said, "Do you want to eat?" I said, "Of course." She says, "You need to get the fuck out the kitchen." And I walked right the hell out of my kitchen.
Yeah, they take the culinary arts very seriously.
Very seriously.
And
she felt disrespected, bro.
A lot of what I'm saying is a lot of that is lost, man. But here's the thing: there's a whole continent full of women who generally feel the same way as the sister from Ethiopia. Like,
absolutely.
If you grow up in that type of a culture, you understand what the duties are. But there comes a breakdown in society when the men do not do their part and celebrate it. You see, because that happens.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. A lot of these dudes want to, they're like bragging about, oh, I need a woman who makes this and that. Like they actually like are looking for women who make money, because any dude who really cares about how much money a woman makes usually wants to be a leech.
When you said make this and that, I thought you was referring to food.
No. I'm talking about money, in terms of money. And they're usually down with crashing on her couch and all those types of things and not contributing to the household. And a lot of women have to deal with men like that. And so then that's the problem. Those women then are not inspired to actually be women around those men. And then you have vice versa. So now you have this war of the sexes because people haven't actually had a conversation about accepting duties. You see, there's no unit that works on a team, sports team, military, or anything, or even a job when people don't agree on their duties. People think that it's like the concept of duties and roles is something like archaic. But what you have to understand is that all successful organizations has roles and duties of the different parts of the thing. And for thousands and thousands of years, it's been understood. But now everybody's so damn educated, and everyone got a damn PhD, but they ain't got no successful relationships.
None.
You understand what I'm saying? They're so smart, but they got stupid outcomes. You understand what I'm saying? No, this is real. This is so
This is
real.
facts.
You
This
understand
is
what I'm saying?
facts.
And so what it leads to inevitably is what we're seeing, which is demographic collapse. Women are having less children than their mothers. Their mothers had less children than their grandmothers. And this is creating a situation where you're going to have revenge of the robots. You're going to have more of a population of robots in the workforce all around us than you will actually have human beings run. And these things are going to be run by artificial intelligence. And it's going to hit a point.
Mhm.
It's going to hit a point where these robots will control human beings. They
Yeah.
will oppress human beings, because what's going to happen is that you're going to have more robots than human beings. You're going to have human beings who are weak, because what's going to happen is that no one needs to work anymore. So there's no more physical labor, because that's been supplanted by the artificial intelligence robot force. Now, exercising will, like in the past, we exercised by default by doing farming, hunting. You had to run. You know what I'm saying? In industrial society, you're more sedentary. Well, now imagine if there's no labor at all in industrial society, how sedentary people are going to be, lack of exercise. There will be no muscle mass on men. There will be no testosterone in men. There will be nothing that makes men stand out as men. This is what you're going to have. And so what's going to happen is that you're going to get, like in Japan right now, literally in Japan, you have a collapse of their demographics, because the young people of Japan would rather have virtual relationships with avatars that don't exist than to have real relationships with boyfriend and girlfriend, because they're like, it's a hassle. I can pick any avatar and have a computer programmed personality in person and have a relationship with that and fulfill my ego needs of having someone that I can possess. Because that's what a lot of relationships boil down to, people too. It's like ego needs. It's not like you really like the person. You just like having someone that you feel like you can possess. You understand what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
That feeds your ego. And so when you have that situation and they can be done by robots or artificial intelligence, people are preferring those relationships over human relationships, which is causing a lack of a birth rate that is meaningful in any type of way. So you have more deaths and births. It's happening in Japan right now. It's going to happen in the United States. It's going to happen quickly. You see it right now. You see it.
In Japan, women are paying men to sit down and cry with them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very weird society, but it's a society that's very technologically advanced that hasn't considered these things. And what I'm saying is that it leads to demographic collapse. And when you have universal basic income with these robots and artificial intelligence, it's going to be more and more demographic collapse, because especially if it's a society that's rooted on rugged individualism. It's all about what makes the individual happy and not the basic needs for the survival of the group. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like where a father and a mother can't sit down with their daughter or son and see, like, one of the things that we need you to be is you need to be a wife and you need to be a husband. Like, that is a goal that we want for you. These conversations barely take place right now in America. You understand what I'm saying? Where the young girls are being taught that one of the goals for their life is to be a wife and to be a mother. And
to be a mother.
For the boys to be taught to be a husband, to be a father, like as a conversation. You understand what I'm saying? So it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what's happening. And we can start seeing this happen. That's why we talked about intelligence being able to see patterns before they even are discernible. It's easy to see this happening in terms of basically a dystopia in the future. It's very easy to see it. When you start seeing conversations about universal basic income, that means that the state will pay you just to exist.
Yeah.
And what that means is you never have to do anything but just be obedient to the state.
Yeah, as long as because you
don't even have to produce. The state up until now required you to produce, which is have a job and be productive in the economy in some way. Now you have no more use in the economy. They're just going to pay you just to exist, which means that there is no production. There's no innovation. There's no incentive structure. You just get your
creativity.
Check. Yeah, you get your check and then that's it. And the robots take care of the rest. The robots will clean the house. The robots will farm for you. The robots will work your warehouses for you. The robots will drive your cars for you. The robots will do everything. They'll shop for you. and deliver your food. You don't even have to leave the house. You understand what I'm saying? But what does this do now for neighbors and communities? And everyone is isolated now. There's no need to be knowing your neighbor. And we know it by living in cities. People right now barely know their neighbors. Guess what will happen when you have the labor pool replaced by robots? Guess what happens? Because most people, the human beings that they spend time with the most is the people they work with.
They work with.
Now that's gone. And you don't have a family. You're single. And you're 60. You have no children. You have no children because you didn't think that having a family was important. So now you're isolated in a serious way. But guess the problem is? Human beings are social. Human beings don't handle isolation well at all.
We don't.
You're going to have people with serious psychological problems because people are going to be isolated, depressed, have anxiety, all those things that happen to people when they feel that they're isolated and lonely. And it's happening now. I have many female friends I went to school with that became lawyers, doctors, professionals, and all of that. Many of them that I still talk to, and all of them to a number are lonely because some of them didn't get married. Some of them didn't get married because they focused on their careers. And when they were ready to get married, they couldn't really have children. So the men who want to have children, they can't choose to be with these women.
No.
Because I want children. If I want children, I can't get children from you because you're 42. It's going to be dangerous.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So a lot of these women have professionalized themselves out of the market because they did not prioritize family before career. But I understand why they didn't do that because that's what they were taught. Don't depend on no man.
Exactly.
Because men have let a lot of women down. So it's like we got to fend for ourselves, but it has demographic consequences and psychological consequences. And a lot of people saw that during the pandemic when they came home to themselves.
Yeah.
When everything was on lockdown and you only had a pet to come home to. A lot of people saw it, and particularly women, because during those moments of uncertainty, you need male energy around you because you're going to feel insecure. You don't know if people are going to break into your house. You don't know what's going on. Remember, that was a time when toilet paper was running out at the grocery store. People thought, yo, we don't know what's going to happen next. It would would be nice to have a man here. You know what I'm saying?
Son, I was getting phone calls because sister was like, they literally said I can't get toilet paper. They literally said, I cannot get toilet paper. I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm not, I ain't your man. I ain't your man, so I'm not going to go out there and fight tooth and nail and just to get you some toilet paper. But, she chose not to have someone in her life.
Yeah,
that was going on heavily.
That's an approach that you can take. But this is what I'm saying is that, when things hit the fan in society, people start having an opportunity to reflect on their choices.
Absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying? And people start finding out that what we've been fed is not. If we've been fed a sale of a bill of goods that's not what it is. Like it ain't that. It ain't that. You understand what I'm saying? Like human relationships are important.
Very important. So
Friendships are important. Very important.
Yeah.
Love affairs are important.
Yeah.
Spouses are important. Children are important.
Siblings.
You understand
uncles.
what I'm saying? All of that is important, but it is not emphasized in a rugged, individualistic society. Just go get that bag. And what happens is that people don't prioritize the important things until it's too late. You understand what I'm saying? So it's real. And it's realer for women than it is for men because we can both get lonely, but men don't feel unsafe and insecure in a house by themselves. Mm-hmm. Imagine a 40-year-old woman and you in a house by yourself. It's not a good place to be, particularly when you don't know the world is about to go into like severe craziness of like zombie apocalypse. Like during the pandemic, people didn't know what was about to happen. Like there was a particular month when people were like, "Yo, I might have to get some ammunition and guns because I don't know, it's about to get thick out here."
Yeah.
You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Sister calling you on the carpet, you wouldn't get the lady any toilet paper.
Nah, that's not my
saying?
lady.
Yeah, I mean, that's a perspective that you have. You know what I'm saying? I would have got the toilet paper. I would have got it just out of the strength. You understand what I'm saying? But if you feel like you would have been appreciated, or this particular person was a shit talker before, you understand what I'm saying? It was basically saying, I don't need no man and F men and this and that. But then then when rubber meets the road, can you give me some toilet paper? I can understand what you would feel. You understand what I'm saying? But I probably would have still got her some toilet paper. She felt scared of going outside just because, look, man, people don't know what they don't know until they find out that they didn't know.
No.
You understand what I'm saying?
True.
And a lot of times
That's
we can't blame people for, like, remember, we live in a society that has zombified people to believe things that they can't even defend. So the point of the matter is that a lot of times people have attitudes, beliefs, and values that are not theirs at all. It's been foisted on them by society. You understand? That's why I talk the way I talk. I say the way I think I say, because I've thought about these things. So I feel confident that I've actually applied some intellectual curiosity. Not that I'm always right. Not that I'm always right, but I've at least applied some intellectual curiosity towards the things that I believe. So if I talk about men and women, it may rub people the wrong way. It has a long time ago. You remember when I used to do poetry, I used to talk about, like, I'm not talking to no woman who don't cook. Not because she don't cook. It's just what are our children going to eat?
Absolutely.
If you don't cook, what are our children going to eat? And of course, they say, well, you can cook too.
Huh?
And yeah, that's the conversation. Oh, you can cook too, but okay, you want me to breastfeed a baby too? Like, come on, man. Let's you know what I'm saying? I'm not playing these games because I do my duties. I do my duties as a man. Yeah. And that's how I grew up, and that's the culture that I came from. That men provide and the women nurture, and this is how it's worked from my side of the earth. And it worked pretty good in terms of families and people actually having legacies to pass on. What's happening in America right now, you can see it very clearly. There's no legacies that people are passing on, and sometimes very brilliant people, great people, but their problem was they could not find one person on this planet that they could get along with for the long term. And that is your responsibility. This is the point that I'm trying to make. Everybody who talks about relationships and this and that and woe is me and I can't find a good man or I can't find a good woman and this and that. Yo, there's a lot of people on this planet Earth. And even if you just restrict it to black folks, there's a lot of black people on this earth. It's your responsibility to find one of the opposite gender that you can actually get along with. That's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to have friends who like you and you like them. That's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to find your tribe, to find your group, the people who speak to you, the people who understand you. That's your responsibility, nobody else's. And that whole self-responsibility has been taken out of a lot of people because people lack agency. A lot of people expect others to do for them. I talk to them all the time. I talk to people all the time who have this like weird perspective that the universe is supposed to conspire for them instead of them conspiring for the universe.
For the universe. That's so true. That is so true. They feel like they don't have to do any work. They feel like, and I don't know where this sense of entitlement comes. It must be an American thing, this sense of entitlement. I don't comprehend it.
I don't know,
but I'm Haitian. I'm Haitian too, so I was raised differently. Yeah,
they keep asking why the Japanese women are paying the men to cry with them. I think probably because they just want to be comforted, and they don't have men in their lives who'll do it, so they'll pay them. Like there's people who get paid to just snuggle with people.
Yeah,
like in America, that's a business that people do, like professional snugglers. Like, I'll let you snuggle with me for half an hour. You pay me $100. There's no sex involved. You just snuggle.
Yeah.
Because
literally.
Because people can't find people who like them enough that they can snuggle.
Yeah,
which
that's
is crazy.
Really what it is.
So there's a market. For them. There's a market for snuggling.
For snuggling, for crying, and what it is that a lot of these Japanese women, they've become Americanized as well. They bought into the concept that they don't need a man. Yet they in that same culture, if by 35 they're not married, they're considered to be a leftover woman. And when Kevin Samuels was talking about it, a lot of women were getting offended. But when you speak to women and women from almost any different culture, if you're not married by 25, they think something's wrong with you, because most women are snatched up, by a certain age. And the rate of marriage used to be like 23 to 24 for American women in the 50s, 25 maximum for men in the 50s. And now the average rate of marriage is at 31 in America. That's very, very, very late. Because that's what geriatric pregnancy is already occurring around that age. So this is a ass backward society for real. That we're not working in accordance with nature, and they don't even care to. Yeah. You would think that this country would be going in that direction, but this country is the antithesis. They operate as the antithesis of nature in many different ways, and it's terrible.
Yeah, some people don't believe what I'm saying about professional cuddlers. So,
are you serious?
Of course. I like to bring receipts because that's good. I want people to be skeptical. So right here, here, the screen. I hired a professional cuddler. Look at this fucker.
Absolutely. Okay. Yep, that's me in bed with a professional cuddler. Now, let me tell y'all how I got here. It was a typical Friday night. I was hungry, sad, and not a single girl I hit up had texted me back. Not even the ugly ones. I was.
Okay, this seems like more like this guy is like joking, but how to make money? Here it is.
I actually feel much more comfortable cuddling with people than I do speaking with them.
They look like any ordinary couple sleeping peacefully in bed, but they're not really a couple at all. This woman is actually a professional snuggler. That's right, Jackie Samuel charges $60 an hour. In return, complete strangers can snuggle next to her in bed. Even women enjoy cuddling with Jackie.
People definitely tell me that they feel calmer and more connected afterwards.
The 29-year-old has started a company, The Snuggery. The slogan, take a break, have a snuggle.
I initially started with a small advertisement in the Mind, Body, Spirit section of my paper, and people started calling pretty quickly. Then they come in, we go over policies, make sure we're on the same page, and then they
people are men.
We just cuddle.
Our clients range in age from 18 to 83.
I think that the need for touch is very basic.
Dumb people are crazy.
I was about to say the same thing.
They're not getting that need met elsewhere. Some of the older clients, perhaps they lost their wife. I have some clients who travel a lot and they just want to come back and have like a consistent person they can cuddle with. Younger clients, maybe they're in a problematic relationship or in a break between, maybe between relationships. So everybody's got their own reason.
The single mom who lives near Rochester, New York, says there's absolutely no hanky-panky involved, and every client is carefully screened. The day we were there, she was going over snuggling session boundaries with a guy named John Husel.
I don't like to be touched anywhere the undergarments cover, and then I would do the same for you.
Jackie lights a candle and turns on soft music to create an intimate setting.
Would you prefer to spoon?
Would love to spoon.
Okay.
My man.
What kind of fuckery is this, bro? What kind of fuckery?
My man said, I would love to spoon. Yo, I need to find homie so he can call me and I can lace him with some ism so he can know how to talk to women and he doesn't got to do all of that.
All you gotta do is listen to El DeBarge.
But what I'm trying to tell you, is that these dudes ain't got no friends. Because if you have friends, he would help you in how to not be socially awkward with women, to present yourself to women and speak to women in a way that's going to make women want to cuddle with you too.
Absolutely.
Remember, these dudes ain't even asking for sex. They just want to spoon.
Son, there's no way I could be doing that. There's no way I could do that. That's crazy. It's a crazy world, bro.
This is real. This is real.
Yeah.
This is the world. This is the world that we live in, and this is a homie with no mouthpiece. He don't.
No, he can't spit at all.
He don't know how to talk to women.
No.
And so instead of actually learning how to talk to women, he'll just pay them to cuddle. You understand what I'm saying?
But he that's a different kind of man if he's satisfied with just simply cuddling with the woman.
The men that
That's
exist
crazy.
now are not recognizable. His father
That's
would
true.
laugh at him. His father would look at him like he was weird. But what's happening, bro, is because people are so isolated. You've got people, whole swaths of people who are socially awkward. Like really socially awkward. You understand what I'm saying? Who don't know how to relate with other human beings, and particularly not the other gender. So they haven't even been socialized properly. So there's a big market for this. Professional cuddlers.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and the fact that you would have to pay someone to just cuddle with your stanky ass is crazy. It's crazy. But this is the world. This is the world. This is the world we're living in. You understand?
Yeah.
What I'm saying? He'd be better off paying me a one-time fee so he don't have to pay ever again, because I think he's running up his bills. He wants to cuddle on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yo, you classic.
Yo, if you're out there, homie, send me a cash app. We can negotiate a good price.
Absolutely.
I'll show you how to write poetry on napkins to women. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you how to talk. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you how to talk. Because obviously he's socially awkward, man. And this is what's going on. And do you think this woman respects those men? She don't.
Hell no.
She don't. No. She don't respect a guy like that who's gonna pay her to cuddle. She don't even look at him as a man.
No.
I'm trying to tell you, this is real, and this is what's going on, man. This is what is going on. And this isn't even anything carnal. He just wants the touch of a woman. That's what it is. He ain't touched a woman in a minute. And then you got this story here.
Many people would think it was odd that I access cuddling services because I'm married,
Hold on.
but screw it.
It's a
I don't
married
really care
woman.
what anybody else thinks.
Married woman.
Mm-hmm. Cash for cuddles.
Wow.
It shows you how lonely people are.
This is crazy.
This is a married woman who pays
Happily married
for-
career girl Saskia pays $80 an hour to snuggle up with a stranger.
Come on in.
Look at homie. Yo.
That's
Feeling my
crazy.
body unwinding. And
That's crazy.
Just to let go of any type of tension. And I like this position. Somehow it feels really, really safe.
It's crazy.
I'm on the lookout.
Yeah.
This is crazy,
Want
son.
to be a big spoon or a little spoon?
I want to start out being the big spoon.
Okay.
Look at wipe in the face.
Having used the service for the last year, she insists her husband doesn't feel like a third wheel.
I'm 99% sure he does not get jealous of cuddling because I check in with him and talk to him about it. He's more protective of me
crazy.
than jealous. So as long as I'm safe, it's good.
Saskia and I have a monogamous relationship, but I don't feel that cuddling violates the integrity of that.
We don't live together full time because I'm pursuing an acting career here in New York City.
There you go.
Well, Saskia likes a lot of contact.
She's
and
pursuing a
very
career,
comfortable
So
around
her
other
husband's not
people.
around, so she's
very
got to get
affectionate.
someone
And
who's
when
going
we're
to cuddle
together,
for
we
her.
cuddle all the time, so I can understand why she would need that human contact, a human touch.
I love affection and I love how it makes my body feel.
Though it's not a sexual service, cuddlers like Ian acknowledge it does require discipline.
Sexuality is important. It's an important part of life. But so is human touch and human interaction. And when I'm with someone, let's say there's a sexual moment, you learn to deal with that. You acknowledge it, but you don't have to encourage it. If in time it passes, and we're able to focus on why we're really there.
Am I seeing this? Yeah, this can't be real,
Professional
son.
cuddling
real.
is a growing business.
I have all kinds of clients,
People thought I
all
was
kinds of
making it up.
ages, men, women, older clients, younger clients,
cuddles
that they're
with
there
men?
for personal touch and human interaction. And that's what I value about it.
This dude is
With
equal
200
opportunity
requests each week, the company
Wait.
is constantly recruiting for
There's a
cuddlers.
company.
You're in Chicago and you're looking for a cuddle session? Right now we have 40 cuddlers on the
Cuddle-
website.
the cuddle
we add about
hotline.
2 or 3 a
This is
week.
crazy, bro.
Company
No,
founder
this is
Adam
America.
was
This is the world
inspired
we're
by
living
urban
in.
solitude.
I think there's an incredible space between people who sort of have no physical interactions in their life to the point where like loneliness has become sort of calcified in their bones.
And Saskia, for one, can vouch for the benefits of the unusual experience.
I'm not breaking an agreement with my husband. I'm not breaking the law. I'm just having something that's really yummy and great. I would recommend every single person try cuddling because it makes you feel human.
What's she married for then?
She's saying basically she's pursuing a career, so she doesn't live with her husband most of the time. So she needs to get her cuddle fix on, and that's where homie comes in. You understand what I'm saying? That's what she's saying. And so this is the world that we're living in. And then, most people, it's because they're lonely and they don't have human relationships where they can actually have any type of intimacy with someone who's going to cuddle with them. So they have to pay for the service. And so that's where we're at. And what I'm trying to tell you is that it's going to even get worse than that.
Worse.
That's the point that I'm making. Once you have artificial intelligence, you have labor completely supplanted by machines, more and more people are going to be isolated because a lot of people in this society, their most social interaction is with their work colleagues. When they go home, they go home to nobody.
Yep.
So they're interacting with human beings is when they go to work. And so it's created a situation where people are completely separated from each other. There is no sense of community. There is no sense of togetherness. Everyone is a rugged individual, and it's about individual happiness. And that's what most of these relationships don't last. And when I talk to people, particularly women who are like in their 50s, they always talk about like the one who got away or the one that they really wanted to be with, and they didn't choose to marry that guy because they thought something better was along the road, or they were focused on their career or whatever it is, and they have severe regrets. But by the time that they want to, settle down, a lot of times it's too late. That guy's got married, or that guy, you understand what I'm saying, or whatever, or whatever has happened. And I get these conversations from real women all the time because I went to school with them. They're my age now, and to a number, they're depressed and they're very unhappy. Because what they found out is that one of the markers of the joy for women is not necessarily a professional career. It's actually family, having children and having a husband and all of that. That's actually what makes women happy in their older age, the fact that they had a family. And so the fact that anti-family is being pushed in America, you start getting things like cuddling services.
That's crazy.
And you're going to get more of that. You're going to get much more of that. You're going to have people marrying androids and robots.
That's happening in China. That's happening in China now.
And
it's happening in China.
Yeah, I would tell people, check out the Black Mirror episodes that you might see on Netflix. It talks about all of this dystopia, what happened in these types of societies, and it's not far off at all. We just saw about one of the first episodes in Black Mirror was blackmailing a politician and forcing him to have sex with a pig. And it turns out that that's what happens in the music industry.
Wow.
The guy was saying there was more to it. I didn't even play all of it. But he was talking about they do it very professionally. It's very matter-of-factly. Like, you have 3 choices. This one, and this one. So let me know which one you want to do. Holler at me when you're ready. This is like, it's very, like, they don't approach you like it's weird or anything, but the whole thing is to make you involved in a humiliation ritual so that they will always have something on you and you will be under their vice grip and control. That's it. You'll never get too powerful for them because they know that what they're about to hand you is fame and power. So you've got to be controlled. That's why so many athletes, that's why so many celebrities have to tone anything that they say because they are under orders and control.
Yeah.
The ones who
Kyrie
speak
Irving.
out and the ones that speak out, it don't go too well for them. They're kicked out of the club. You know what I'm saying? No more movie deals, no more record deal. The person completely disappears. They talk about it in George Orwell's books, in Aldous Huxley's book 1984, and The Animal Farm. They talk about these things. What they do, like what the powers that be could do, the way they make you disappear. And I'm not talking about physically disappear. I'm talking about historically disappear. Your name gets wiped out of all of the records like you never existed. Like this is talked about in 1984.
Wow.
Like people should read those types of books. So anyway, it's late. We've been on for a while, man. You know, we could always chop it up. It's almost 1 a.m. We came on at 8. So I know people got value today, man. We covered a lot. Y'all enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed it.
Hold on. What Dr. Uma say? Send them cash apps. Send them cash apps.
Run them cash apps.
Run them cash
so people,
apps.
if you're on YouTube, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button.
I'm sending right now.
Yeah, but Lowell, you always send a cash app. You don't have to send a cash app every day, bro. You don't have to do that.
When I get the value, son. I'm become a better person every time, son.
No, I feel
yeah,
you.
man.
I feel you, man. I'm glad that you appreciate it. But I'm just letting you know that like you ain't got to send cash apps every day because I see you religiously sending them cash apps. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
And for the people listening, you know, if you enjoy the content, give your vote with a cash app. That's how you vote in these types of societies, so that we can be encouraged to keep doing this type of content for people. And I think people got a lot out of it. I know that it was entertaining and enlightening at the same time. And you know, always happy to talk to the audience, man. And thanks for tuning in. And we'll be back tomorrow. I'll be posting the topic that we'll be talking about tomorrow, sometime in the early afternoon, so everyone will know what we're going to talk about. But whatever it's going to be, it shall be edifying. And it should be something that will cause you not to necessarily agree with me, but to maybe think about things in a different way or have a different perspective. I mean, many of y'all didn't even know there was professional snuggling. You know what I mean? Like, it's important to know the patterns of your society that you live in and where it's going, because then you'll be able to predict the future, and then you'll be able to avoid that future if you so please, like the sister Kai wants to avoid that future. That's why she's looking for a passport somewhere else, because she wants to avoid the future, because she knows the direction that the wind is blowing in, and that is intelligence. So that's why we talk about these things, man. Prepare yourself, but also understand that you can develop the world that you like to see based on knowing what's going on. You know what you want your children to avoid, and you know what type of society you want to be in, so that your children grow up with that type of a character. And if you don't go to another country, at least instill the values and the culture of other places in your children, even if they're in America, because if they get an American culture, it's an extinction culture.
Absolutely.
It's a culture that is running and racing towards genetic extinction. So if you want a legacy, you're going to have to take certain steps. And that's what these conversations are about. It circles right back to the same thing. Like, if you know better, you got to do better.
Yeah.
And you live in a society where people got to pay people to cuddle with them, lets you know people are isolated. Crazy. And that's how angry and how disheveled must you be when you wake up and find out you got to pay somebody to cuddle you.
That's madness.
That's not a great feeling.
That's madness.
It can't be a great feeling. That's why you've got people going what they call postal.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And we find out that a lot of these guys who go postal are guys who haven't been with a woman in years and have been rejected. They call them incels. That's a whole different thing. And they're on all types of medication, and they're socially awkward. And so they act out in their anger and revenge because they have no social relationships. And this is something to be talked about, but this is the direction that America is going more and more and more, and more and more. So anyway, big up to the people for tuning in. Hopefully this was edifying in any way possible. If it made you laugh, it made you think, that's what this whole thing is about. Tomorrow we'll probably go over some hidden current news that you might want to know about, and how you want to move knowing this news that you're not being fed. So probably tomorrow I'm going to go over some hidden current news that I think is important to discuss. So tomorrow, tune in, y'all. Be back at 8 o'clock. Peace to everybody. And don't forget, as the great philosopher Umar Johnson said, run them cash apps.
Run them cash apps.
Bless up, y'all.
Yes, King.
All right.
Yeah.